Форум начинает свою работу.
We start the Moscow Urban Forum.
Города. Они были и остаются центрами человеческой цивилизации. Подобно звездам во Вселенной, они организуют пространство, и силой гравитации притягивают материю, ресурсы, инвестиции, корпорации, талант, людей, крупные и крохотные, яркие и могущественные, быстро растущие и угасающие. Города прошлого и города будущего, каждый по-своему меняет мир вокруг. Города-суперзвезды — это мегаполисы, которые сильнее остальных городов изменяют пространство и время человеческих траекторий, экономических циклов и технологического прогресса. Как устроена астрофизика городов? Что же лежит в центре термоядерных процессов, запускает жизнь в мегаполисе? У городов, как и у звезд, есть три важных параметра. Размер — это численность населения, а масса — объем экономики. Здесь мы видим города с самой большой численностью населения. А вот сила их экономики. По этим параметрам определяется реальный вес городов, и среди них есть свои лидеры. Чем больше и тяжелее город, тем сильнее его гравитация, а значит и влияние на окружающее пространство. Но все это может измениться за следующие 15 лет. Ведь города-звезды постоянно развиваются. Они растут и тяжелеют с разной интенсивностью, а в процессе обретают новую значимость в своей галактике. И, наконец, третий параметр — яркость. Именно благодаря яркости мы обращаем внимание на конкретные города-звезды.
It is because of brightness that we pay attention to specific superstar cities. Brightness shows us not only the importance of their economies in real time, but it also shows potential growth. Many parameters of the city's brightness are visible only to professionals, distinguished by their expertise in financial markets, technology, quality of life, effective governance, tourism, international logistics, published scientific papers, and patents. However, it is far more interesting to explore the astronomy of a city and its dynamics to understand how the global sky has changed. For example, we have observed the massive growth of Asian galaxies and the birth of African and Indian superstar cities. This is the universe of the world's cities with its individual galaxies: Europe, Asia, Africa, America, and Australia. Urban galaxies are constantly faced with global challenges, but superstar cities continue to light up our world. We're pleased to welcome you to the 10th Moscow Urban Forum, a conference on how superstar cities seek new development paths and define the landscapes of our present and future.
These are the participants of our plenary session. Our online speakers are Ekrem İmamoğlu, the mayor of Istanbul, Ricky Burdett, Professor, London School of Economics and Political Science, Patrick Schumacher, Principal, Zaha Hadid Architects. And on stage, we have the moderator of our session, Andrei Sharonov, President of Moscow's Skolkovo School of Management, Andrei Kostin, President and Chairman of the VTB Bank. Our keynote speaker this morning is Moscow Mayor Sergei Sobyanin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to see all of you at Moscow's Urban Forum. This year, our forum is somewhat unusual. We call it a hybrid format. It's both online and offline. And it is a rather difficult time for the city, for the entire country, and actually for the entire world. For the last year, in fact, a little over a year, we have been facing a lot of new challenges. And mankind has never faced a situation like that before. Cities, provinces, countries, continents, the pandemic has affected all of them. It is claiming people's lives, people's health. It forces us to adjust our behavior, the way we live. It directly affects the economy and the way the world develops today. And growth centers, major cities, were impacted by the pandemic the most. It is the major cities that faced particular problems because of the coronavirus and the restrictions they had to impose because of that, and how this affected their economy. And naturally, this brings in new questions regarding the future of these cities. How will they develop? Which direction will they take? How the economy of services will develop. All these questions have to be addressed, and they cannot be addressed tomorrow. They have to be addressed today. Moscow has chosen its path in addressing these questions, conforming to the new reality, new conditions. Of course, different cities have different solutions. The range is very broad. At times, cities even take diametrically opposite approaches. Some advocate complete lockdowns, others are entirely open. Moscow decided to take adequate measures to provide medical services to the entire population of Moscow. Necessary aid is available to all the residents of Moscow, on the one hand. On the other hand, we still keep our economy running. We make sure that businesses continue to operate. Our entire city continues operating. It is, after all, the biggest city of Russia. It is the capital of Russia. It is the biggest transport hub for the entire country. For Russia and for neighboring countries, for the Commonwealth, for the Customs Union. What happens to Moscow affects millions and millions of people who travel through Moscow every day. Because of that, over a year ago, we made a decision, and we keep doing that. Of course, we are facing a new challenge. It is clear that we are facing a new difficulty. We are now facing a new strain, a new deadly strain of the coronavirus. And still, we look for a proper compromise to keep living, to keep working under these new conditions. It's not easy. It's very hard to make these decisions, but we have to make them. We have to do that. We have to take responsibility. And Moscow rose up to the challenge, just like other cities. Of course, it's hard, but we get used to these difficulties, we adapt, and I'm sure major cities will continue being the drivers, the locomotives behind the global growth of our civilization. You saw what happened in Moscow a year ago, how quickly the economy of services shrank and how quickly it rebounded as soon as we lifted some of the restrictions. Being able to adapt is an important attribute of major cities. This is why I feel confident that major cities will cope with these new challenges. They will become even more resilient, even more dynamic. Some experts said people would flee major cities looking for something else, for a better life. I think these are all fantasies that have nothing to do with the reality. No, people will still be attracted to big cities. Big cities have services. Big cities have an effective healthcare system that is able to help people even during the most difficult times. What is happening today in our cities? You saw the video that we played at the beginning, before this session. So you clearly see that more and more cities account for a larger proportion of the economy, human capital. They develop further and further. Why does it happen? What is the secret? What's the purpose of all this? Is it possible to stop this process? Is it possible to redirect the flow of people? Can we somehow limit the development of big cities? Well, at this point, it seems to be impossible. This trend will continue for decades to come. And the reason behind this change is not just some political motives, it's not just some individual trends. No, if you consider the structure of our economy, take a big city like Moscow, for example, you will see that we are just following the existing trends. If you take at the share of industry is shrinking. The share of services is up to 80% of the economy. What does this mean? This means that the importance of human capital keeps getting bigger and bigger. Services are based on human interaction, not on machines, and it keeps growing. And the efficiency of services is much, much higher in big cities. This trend has to do with the finance and economy. It's ruled by entirely different principles, so it doesn't really matter whether we're in Europe or Asia or Africa or America. The trends are the same everywhere. The trends are the same. Urbanization. Cities, agglomerations are getting bigger. Population gets concentrated in these centers. And there are forecasts regarding growth. Not just cities, but big cities specifically. And probably reality will exceed our forecasts and expectations. Of course, big cities like Moscow face serious challenges because of that. And we all keep asking this question, how long can these cities keep on growing? Eventually, this will impact our environment. There will be huge problems because of this huge mass of people gathered in one place. And eventually, this will become a huge problem. This will be a nightmare for the cities, for the country, for people themselves. But somehow this doesn't happen. Big cities around the world were able to cope with these challenges. They create new, convenient conditions for people to live in. And it doesn't depend on the number of people. It depends on the policies adopted by municipal authorities, as well as by national authorities, whether they understand what is actually happening. They shouldn't fight these trends. On the contrary, they should create conditions for these trends to work effectively for the cities, for the country, for the people. Actually, cities are stepping outside their boundaries. We see agglomerations appearing. Cities are merging together. And you see these huge mega cities. This is why, for example, New York does not grow on its own, but we see huge growth of population in the mega city from Washington, D.C. to Boston. The same with Tokyo and Osaka. The same with Beijing and Tianjin. And Europe, because of the density of population in Europe, you can say Europe, the entire Europe is a mega city, just one big mega city, because of the population density there. So when we plan cities, we have to make a difficult choice. Actually, a number of difficult questions. One of the questions is, should we build high-risers or should cities just sprawl around? Both approaches have their difficulties. We need to find a proper compromise and help our cities develop properly. Today, there is a lot of competition for human capital, and man is at the center of the economy. A lot depends on human capital, so it's no longer about how many factories you have in your city, how many industrial zones you have. No, it's all about the conditions that your people live in, whether you were able to create living conditions for your residents. But of course, we do need the economy. We do need jobs. So if we consider this formula of success, it's like chicken and egg. You don't know what comes first. But these two factors, they're intertwined. You need to create an environment, an attractive environment, attracting people. Then people come to the city if they like living in the city. If they're comfortable there, they start living there. They give their lives to the city. They invest their money. They give their knowledge. This creates jobs. Jobs attract even more people. And then, again, you create a competitive, comfortable, convenient environment for these people, and the cycle repeats itself over and over. It is this cycle that is the formula of success for big cities. We cannot break this sequence, otherwise we'll have degradation in our big cities. That's an important decision we have to keep on making every day and every hour. We need to understand how our cities develop, and we need to help them develop. You know, in recent years, we had a number of points of view or teachings internationally. They all sound different. For example, there is this concept of urban health. What is urban health? This means having nice environment, clean transport, parks, embankments, sports, pedestrian lanes, bike lanes, etc. Safe city, secure city. What does it mean? Again, it means education, jobs, equal opportunity, etc. Then there is the concept of the 15-minute city. That's another new approach that is very popular around the world. Basically, it's all the same things. Everything should be accessible where you live. Developing spaces, public spaces, creating jobs, developing the transport system, etc., etc. So you have different names, different concepts, but basically they're all very similar. This is all about developing cities for people, in the interest of people. So once you realize all the challenges you face, you have this question: what do you start with? What do you focus on? What should be your priority? It turns out, in a big city, you can't afford to focus on just one thing in particular without taking care of everything else. People need everything. They need education, they need services, they need nice public spaces. education, everything today, not tomorrow. And these problems have to be addressed today, not tomorrow. So whether you want or not, whether you have resources, potential, whether you have the economy or not, you have to develop all these things all at once. And this is the biggest problem. You need a strong team to do that. You need a vision of all these challenges, and you need determination to pursue the result in every area. So eventually you will come up with a bouquet of solutions, a comprehensive solution. The whole city will develop in every area. The city will be getting better. And still, there are a few areas, they seem to be developing differently. There are different approaches. In terms of investment, they require different amounts of money. They're very different. The most simple thing, and this is what all experts talk about, including Moscow, developing public spaces. It seems to be pretty simple. It seems to be the simplest thing. But actually, it's quite complex. It's no less complex than some other areas. Why? Why do I say that? Well, if you take a small yard, playing ground, you may have a few hundred people living there, a few thousand maybe, but every person has their own opinion of what their playing ground should look like, what needs to be done. So there is this clash of different interests, different opinions. Even in such a small place, there is a lot of conflict potential there. So we have to look for compromises all the time, all the time. In cities like Moscow, and in fact in all big cities, the biggest difficulty is not just to create a nice park or a nice street or a nice yard. No. We need tens of thousands of projects like that over a short period of time. These cosmic scale, if you look at these numbers, if you're working for 2,000 people, you can do something really nice. But we're not talking about 2,000 people. We're talking about 12 million people. 12 million. And you need to make progress across the board, everywhere, in all the boroughs, in every area. Once you slow down, once you focus on one particular territory, the entire city wants to move there. And eventually this doesn't work. People are no longer happy there. So it has to be distributed across the city. This is something that needs to be done throughout the city. And only then this will work. So the scale of transformation is really huge, and it's nearly impossible to accomplish this over a short period of time, even though we work basically 24/7 to get there. We work as hard as we can. We had a number of pilot projects. There was a project called My Street, and a number of other projects. And of course, the city is divided into administrative districts. There are local self-government bodies, but still, it's one city. It's all intertwined, it's all interrelated. You can't cut across the fabric of the city. And still, people identify themselves with the borough they live in. Many people love their area, their neighborhood, their borough, sometimes even more than they love their city. So as we develop the entire city, we should also consider every borough separately, and we should develop those boroughs. There should be many cities within one big city. This is also really important. And this is something we shouldn't neglect. And of course, when we talk about the brand of a city, the identity of a city, we do need some unique projects like Zaryadye in Moscow or VDNH or the large number of parks and nice streets we have in Moscow. If you consider the number of people who go to those places, these are among the most beloved places around the world. They attract a lot of tourists. If you go to VDNH, to the Expo Center, today you will see how beautiful it looks. And you may think that's the way it's always been. It's always been like that. No. People sitting here in this room, I think you remember what it looked like 5 or 7 years ago. So when we transform places like that, this is a good illustration of what we are doing with the city. Public spaces. Public spaces can't develop properly without taking care of the environment. And this means we need green transport systems. So what about transport? If you ask people living in Moscow, what's the biggest problem in your city? People will tell you. Transport. It's either number 1 or number 2. Well, maybe number 3. But it's always one of the top 3 problems in Moscow. And the situation with the transport affects all the major cities without exception. All the big mega cities face this problem. And Moscow especially, much more than other cities. Even though we have broad streets, Moscow was built with a view to most people using public transport. And basically, it's not possible to use cars for people living here. In the 1990s, cars became affordable and millions of people started buying cars. We had millions of cars filling Moscow streets, and Moscow has never seen anything like that. Moscow streets were not built for so many cars, and we didn't know how to handle this problem. So we started thinking, what should we do? Many experts said, actually, this is the wrong way. No need to do anything about that, because there's nothing you can do. You can't solve this problem. So we started doing something else. We started developing other kinds of transport. You have cars, you have metro, subways, underground, and we started thinking, what can we do in Moscow? And we made some plans, dream plans. We would just sit and dream. What else can we do in Moscow? We would ask ourselves. So we made some plans. We looked at our prior experience. We invited some experts. And we said, okay, how about we do our best to implement these plans? We just do as much as we can. How about we try that? And many people said this would never work. This is impossible. And yet we made this dream come true. In the last several years, we doubled the number of metro stations. And we have no doubt that we would be able to implement the remaining plans. And this is phenomenal. This is huge. Take the Moscow Central Circle, for example. People have been talking about building something like that for, I don't know, maybe 100 years. So everybody got tired of these discussions and they said this would never work, forget about it. So when we launched this project within the government, we didn't have a consensus. There were people saying, these are old dreams, nobody's going to use it, nobody's going to ride these trains, forget about it. But when we built this road, it turned out this road was so popular that we decided to modernize this project. We increased the frequency of trains, bigger cars, bigger trains, bigger platforms. We started modernizing all these systems. We started creating hubs to make this road even more effective. And today, millions of people use the Moscow Central Circle every day. They can't live without it. Now we are talking about building the Greater Circle. This will be the largest subway circle in the world. And we're not building in a greenfield. We are building right in the middle of an existing city. And it will connect all the different kinds of transport, the metro, the railways, commuter trains, buses. It's a hugely complex project. And still, we've built some of the stations already. Some will be finished soon. And by 2022, actually, most of this construction project will be completed, I hope. You know, when people talk about Moscow, how Moscow develops, we can consider the history of Moscow's development. Many people don't actually realize what kind of city we live in. You know, the Kremlin, a lot of historical buildings. But Moscow is a city with broad streets, squares, parks, monumental buildings. And this was not created like thousands of years ago. No, it was the Moscow Development Plan that was developed in 1937, approved by Joseph Stalin. And this was a true revolution for the city. And this plan was implemented. The Moscow became a port of 5 seas. The water supply system was built. The subway was built. Streets and avenues got wider. The central part of the city developed. And the way it looks today is very much according to the 1937 plan. But there was one thing in this plan that has never been implemented for a variety of reasons. And that's railway transport, rail transport. According to the 1937 plan, there was a huge problem. There are a number of railroads that go to Moscow, but these are all dead ends. All these railroads, they don't connect with one another. So you need large marshalling yards at the end. And they occupy a lot of space and create a lot of difficulties for the entire infrastructure system. So there was an idea to connect all those railroads together, but this idea was never implemented. No specific plans were made. Nothing. The architects realized this problem, but that was it. They were aware of it. Frankly, even I myself was not aware of it. I only learned about it at a later time. So we started thinking about the transport problems of our cities, and eventually we came to the same realization. And again, It was a dream, just like with when they built Moscow subway. We decided we would connect all those railroads together. We will create a new system. We will transform the way our commuter trains operate. And of course, Russian Railways is like a country within a country. And that's something separate from the city. The Russian Railways is a separate company. They have their own interests. And you face a lot of problems with the land ownership. So there were huge problems, and because of all that, this project looked like a dream, like a pipe dream to us, and still we decided to go ahead with it. And I'm really grateful to the executives of Russian Railways. They really showed understanding, even though, of course, they don't make a lot of money by helping with public transport in the city. It's to them, this is definitely not a priority. I mean, in terms of business, of course, but that's half of all the traffic in Russia, half of the country, half of all commuter trains are in Moscow. So with this realization, we started working on this together. The President of Russia strongly supported this project. The government provided necessary funds. The Moscow city government co-invested in this project, and we started working on it. Today, we've launched 2 diameter lines. Most of the stations have been completed. They're just as nice as the best train stations. They have escalators, they have elevators, they have cash registers, coffee shops. They're really nice. This is a whole new level for Russian railroads, and it's fully integrated with the rest of the public transport systems in Russia. We are now working on 3 more diameter lines, and we'll make sure this work is completed. And one more matter, developing roads. Many cities decided against building roads for cars. In some cases, they started tearing down bridges, starting tearing down intersections. But Moscow has its own way. This doesn't mean we don't appreciate these new concepts of public transport. We are aware of all that. We understand all that. But we have a special situation here because we don't have as many roads as any other city, say in Europe. The number of cars is about the same, but the number of roads is much smaller. So it was impossible for us to just turn a blind eye to this problem. We started making plans. We started thinking, what should Moscow do about roads for cars? And we decided to work during the best time when, for example, during the summertime, say in July, when many people leave the city and there are not as many cars on the streets. And we saw that about one-third of our streets still have severe traffic jams because these are bottlenecks. This is what holds us back. So the first thing we did, we started rebuilding existing roads and largest junctions. You see some spots, blue spots on the Moscow ring road, but building and junction It was thousands of kilometers here. This number you see, 100 kilometers, is a mistake. There should be another zero there, 1,000 kilometers. And we built these highly complex structures at intersections. We're also building what we call cords. These are roads that connect different parts of the city without going through the center. There will be these new cord roads. Actually, most of them have been completed by now. And of course, in addition to all that, we need to follow modern trends. You have scooters, you have rent bikes, you need cableways. Moscow is actually one of the leading cities around the world in terms of shared car sharing and new Buku ride taxis. Of course, we also had to improve the discipline on our roads, paid parking spaces, smart transport systems. So gradually we were able to improve the situation. It was really bad in the past, but gradually we were able to improve it. And it took a lot of work. Okay, one more thing that I would like to mention. Self-government. How people can get involved themselves in managing the places they live in. We talk about human capital. We say people should be at the center of the city. We say our cities are for the people. People should be at the center. People should have a say. How do you do that in a big city? If you just go outside and listen to what people say on the street, or if you go on the internet and read what people say, a digital system where a lot of people can contribute. So, as the first step, we created e-building. The e-building system So, if we want to learn to administrate a city, how about we learn to administrate our own building first? People care about the buildings they live in. This is really important to them. But with our current system, the way buildings are managed, people don't really have a say. They have no say in deciding various matters. So we needed to create a system where people could get directly connected to the company managing the building they live in. And this was a huge, huge step forward. We also need to help people monitor how the city responds to their needs and provides services. These are the things that people pay for with their taxes. And we have about 2 million people who have joined this initiative. They help us to administrate this city. We have a system called Active Citizen. That's when we can't find a compromise, we just do a poll. We just let people vote. We ask them, do you approve of this project or not? I know what people really think. And of course, we need to come up with ideas. We don't just vote on ideas. We need to come up with new ideas. And Moscow is one of the biggest cities in the world as far as crowd sourcing of ideas is concerned. We need to set up a way for people to communicate with the administrative system, getting services. And we created a whole new system for that. This was truly a revolution. It's now much, much more convenient for people to get government services. Okay, one more thing, and this is one of the key things. People want security. This is what people want. For decades, Moscow was considered one of the criminal cities, one of the cities with the highest crime rates. And that's how people felt about the city. But let's now take a look at the changes that happened over the last decade. This is more than just an improvement. We were able to drastically change the situation with the crime in Moscow. A number of factors contributed to that. Lighting, the psychological situation, improved welfare, and of course our information systems and policing as well. And this is what is happening around the world. Many other cities have impressive results in that, but in Moscow, what we achieved in Moscow, this was truly revolutionary. And finally, yes, we can talk all we want about landscaping and creating convenient and nice environment, but we do need jobs. If you don't have jobs, nobody will care to live in a city like that. Cities that have high unemployment rates are a huge problem. These are cities that are going to die. So as we build our cities, we shouldn't invest in housing only. We should create new industrial areas, create new high-tech jobs. We need to create, promote creative industries. We need to create new jobs in hospitality, restaurant business, tourism, etc., etc. Without that, the city won't be able to live and develop. Personally, I think we have made significant progress.
Employment and poverty, and would actually push away people from such a city. But on the other hand, we've seen many examples when even smaller cities and towns do not stop them from becoming global superstars and attract many talents and people who are coming into the cities and to attract capital and actually serve as the showcase of urbanistic developments. We can say that a rich history of a city does not necessarily make it great. And yesterday, we've had a conversation with the forum participants, and we've been discussing about one city which has a very, very rich and long history. I'm not giving you its name, but it is considered to be a very dull city, very boring city. It's also a challenge of how to make sure that you take this very rich historic background and make it an asset, making a city, super city. And on the other hand, sometimes cities with relatively short stories or no significant stories whatsoever, it would not become a hindrance and would not stop a city from becoming a global star in the urbanistic world. And finally, I believe that this status of being a superstar city, it is not something that a city gets once and for all, once and forever. I would say that this is quite a temporary thing. You may have this status, and then you may be deprived of this status. So any city which is entitled today is superstar city, they have to make sure that they keep this status, that they remain in this position, especially in view of the fact that we have some new aspiring cities which pop up, which emerge, it seems, from the middle of nowhere. We would like to give the floor to our next speaker, the mayor of yet another global metropolis. It's a city of Istanbul, Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu. Please. Well, it looks like we're moving on along our agenda and moving on to the next speaker while we specify these technical capabilities. Do we have a connection? Do we have the link with Istanbul or not? And in the meantime, I'm kindly asking our next presenter to take the floor, and this will be Ricky Burdett, professor of the London School of Economics and our long-time friend and partner of the Moscow Urban Forum. Ricky, do you hear us?
You know, the main image to the side, so it makes space for more participants. So, now we can see. Oh, interesting, you're superimposed.
Hello, can you hear us?
At least you can hear us, right? At least two of our three speakers seems to be back and seems to be hearing us. Ricky, we're kindly asking you to take the floor right now and to deliberate on the topic of how a great city is different or maybe different from just a big city or a large city, and how a great city may be different from the city with a very long and rich history. And in your opinion, what defines the starship status of such cities like London and Moscow, Shanghai, and these are undisputed leaders. Please, the floor is yours.
Can you hear us? Because we can only hear.
I heard something in Russian, and I suspect they want you to say something, but I'm not sure.
Да, мы вас слышим. Мы вас слышим. Пожалуйста, говорите.
There's no translation.
Yes, Ricky, we can hear you. Please proceed. Be so kind to proceed, please.
The English channel, please.
I have just done that, but we heard something in Russian.
We have selected the English channel, but would you like us to continue the discussion about big cities and great cities, maybe?
Yeah. Let me repeat it in English. Let's talk. Let's continue our yesterday's discussion and talk what's the difference between the global superstar city and just a big city, or just the city with the tremendous history. What makes these cities superstars? For example, in London, in Moscow, and Shanghai. Please speak straight English.
Okay, maybe I'm not sure whether I should start, but I'm delighted to be here, and thank you for the invitation. And it's a great honor to follow the mayor of Moscow, obviously the mayor of one of the great cities. I think one of the immediate issues to consider, the difference between a great city and a big city, is at least three things. One is that a great city is part of a global world. There are very few great cities which are isolated and only exist on their own ecosystem. So connection to other cities in the world, connections to global markets, connection to flow of ideas, as Saskia Sassen would put it in people, is absolutely essential to making a great city. It cannot be insulated or inward-looking. The second thing, as we heard from the mayor of Moscow at the end, the importance of cities having acting as a strong economic engine. Cities that may be very large, but are not growing, are not cities that can be great. So I think the economic argument is very important, but let's not forget that it is not necessarily up to the city to determine where its economy is going. That often depends on the nation state and therefore governance. The last 2 points I think that make a great city perhaps, as opposed to a big city, is the issue of equity. That great cities over time are able to absorb people, different people, from other parts of the nation, other parts of the world, and give them opportunities. They become social condensers. And this then links to the final point, again raised during the mayor's speech, of accountability and democracy. You have to have leadership. Every great city has a leader, but you also have to have the ability to change and to make sure that you're going in the right direction. And therefore, great cities need to be adaptable. And I think many of the cities that we represent at this table, at this forum, have that ability to be resilient and change according to different circumstances. Just think of the change that has happened in the last year because of the pandemic. Some cities have been able to do it, others have not.
Thank you, Ricky. Maybe you could continue with some examples when some traditional superstar cities, let's say, declined and some absolutely new cities appeared from the scratch. What's happened with these factors there?
Let me give you the example of the city that Patrick Schumacher and I live in, which is London. Only 35, 40 years ago, London, its population, it went from a peak of nearly 8 million plus to something close to 6 million as a result of people moving out for work and, in a way, intentional depopulation in the 70s and in part of the loss of jobs and loss of exactly what is important to a place like London is global competitiveness. The invention of having a directly elected mayor in the year 2000, we've had a complete change in policy, which has actually promoted intense development around good public transport and good design, and has tried to plan a city which actually absorbs, has actually been able to change. It still has its problem, just like Moscow does, particularly the issue of housing affordability and a degree of sustained inequality. But the city has actually been able to turn around. The opposite example of, let's call it a relatively new city, is the one that we all know and admire, but it's a very different context. And of course, that's the city of Singapore. It's a city-state, so it's far more efficient in terms of managing national and, let's call it, metropolitan agendas. But it's been able to plan in the environment, about mobility, and we saw the positive effects in the way that it actually has been able to deal with COVID and the pandemic. Just a small point, Andre, that those cities that are the densest in the world, and I'm thinking Seoul, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Singapore, some of the densest cities in the world have actually been able to deal with than other cities, partly because of the efficiencies of being close together and obviously very good public.
Thank you, Ricky. The last question to you. You have touched upon COVID and pandemic issues. It is gained through this pandemic period, and cities lost during the COVID pandemic.
This risk is that, you know, the world in the last 10, 15 years has been moving as sustainable green transport. However big a city, it all depends, its lifeblood depends on people being able to move quickly, efficiently, in large volumes and basic with mass transit systems. The pandemic put an enormous question mark to that because we were all scared to be close to someone else in a confined environment, whether it's a bus, whether it's an underground, or whether it's a train. And it's taking quite a long time for people to get used to it. It's interesting that in London and New York, my understanding is that public transport is particularly underground and buses are something like 50% back to normal over the week, but actually over weekend when people choose to go shopping or go to see a football game, it's actually something like 70, 80%. So people are making choices actually in very different ways. But I think that's one of the biggest risks, and therefore coming with that, another risk is that low density suburban sprawl will become, could become, I don't think it is, the typology of choice or the urban form of development of choice. That's on the negative side. Andre, on the positive side, I would say that we've all had to, wherever we live in the world, give very simply, could you open a window in your home? Did you have enough daylight if you're going to spend 14 hours able to food from a, let's say, relatively local shop quite nearby without having to get into public? Allows you to walk, you, your family, and friends, mental health. All those issues are ultimately actually come back as being a priority. We have, you know, two mayors here who are talking about planning life of citizens, but also the quality of the environment. So I think the integrated planning, which brings the environment with the spatial, is an issue that we are not going to turn away from.
Please stay. We're moving forward. Мы возвращаемся в зал. Я хочу попросить.
We're moving along, and I'm kindly asking Andrei Kostin to take the floor, the president and chairman of the VTB Bank. Andrei, we have already touched on the topic of COVID-19 in your bank. The VTB Bank has been quite proactively staying in touch with the city of Moscow, and you have quite a large project portfolio in the field of urbanism and with the big cities and not so big cities in the Russian Federation. What is your take, and what do you think about working with the municipality, and what kind of financial tech you are bringing on the table which would increase the quality of the infrastructure in the city of Moscow? And what were your takeaways from the COVID-19 as a financial institution? Thanks a lot. I would like to express my gratitude to the mayor of Moscow for being able to speak today at the forum, and I've been the participants of all the forums which have been done so far. I would like to say that the forum is playing a very important role in forming our mindset, what it means to manage the city today, and what can municipalities make for the good of the city. I've been born in Moscow, and until recently I believe that I guess the mandate of the authorities is to build more housing and also, you know, build new subway metro stations. And I believe that we've listened to the great presentation by the mayor of Moscow, which is yet another testimony to the fact of how deeply the mayor and his office are taking very deep approach and very attentive approach to studying this issue, studying the modern science of urbanism. And today we take the integrated approach in tackling Moscow issues to make it a star city. I think this is exactly the case. Lately we've seen many things to be done, and again I would say that the role of this forum in changing our mindset is great, and I'm wishing this forum every success in its agenda. As for the banks and banking technologies, indeed, speaking of Russia, the Russian banks are on the forefront when it comes to information technologies and digital technologies. And of course, this crisis, on one hand, we've learned many lessons, and secondly, their development, and after about a year and a half or a couple of years, I think we are on the new way of developing these technologies. And actually, when the first lockdown was short-lived, we've had to adapt many processes and digitize many of our processes. And what I want to say is that we've rerouted into online mode. We had to close about 40 offices due to COVID pandemic, and about half of our employees have been removed in working remotely, and we've our call centers would work properly. About 200,000 phone calls had been processed every day. And many of our operations and processes have been digitized in a very short time frame. We were able to build new systems. In 2 weeks, we've automated processing incoming calls to get subsidized loans from the small and medium companies in Moscow. And in a very short time frame, along with the Federal Tax Service, we have developed to identify those companies, Moscow-based companies primarily, which and I mean, trying to identify certain criteria whether they would be eligible for government subsidies. And speaking about the specific operations, issuing cash loans, which we provide now fully online, they've grown from 37 to 80%, the automotive loans from 20 to 50%, and the up to fully digitized through the online channels. And these processes, I would like to say again, are developing. And speaking about Russia is one of the leaders when it comes to digitalization, and basically we comply with all. Should these digitalization processes be not so fast and not so some servicing, and without the banking servicing, cities simply cannot exist. And introduction of these QR codes enabled us to have the greater visibility, and we didn't have any malfunctions. And I think many were amazed, because we had a lot of naysayers who were saying, how come Moscow would not be able to pull this off? Actually, we have done it. And our Moscow government is quite digitized, and in this sense, I think it is one of the global leaders. As for our communication with the city, it's very big, not only along the financial issues when we speak about digitalization, then along with the Department of Digital Technologies, we have been implementing for about a couple of dozens of digital initiatives to develop payment solutions in public transit systems, and all the way to the tools of urban geoanalytics. Some of these digital products, I believe, the best in the world. For example, in the Moscow agglomeration, we have combined all modes of transportation in one single system. You can ride any modality using your banking card. You do not have to buy different tickets whenever you change your transportation, because we have this seamless through your mobile application or your banking cards, which makes also our developments providing very positive effect for the city of Moscow, and they are also very environment friendly. In the subway system, and the share of the contactless payments is growing, and now it is about developing facial biometric payment systems, and we have basically made the system up and running when it comes to the Moscow subway. And by the autumn of 2021, we will be able to launch certain systems where you'll be able to go into your subway using the facial biometric scanners. We know that similar projects have been launched in China, in Seoul, but the project of this kind of scale and scope, which would encompass all the stations of the Moscow subway system, will be the first in the world. And also to test the this trial. We did it on the examples of VTB Arena, ice hockey rink, and these testings have been quite successful. And I'm confident that in the future we will see many more examples of using this kind of service. I mean, speaking about the face recognition and biometrics, we probably will apply to the larger infrastructure of the city, including the theaters and the exhibitions, which will make the city safer, and for the locations where we have the mass groups of people. The global experience is telling us that there is a synergy between when we communicate as a private sector and the government. Whenever we analyze the big layers of data about companies, about individuals, with geolocations attached to them, we have been developing just this kind of system along with the Rostelecom operator. We do the big data platform, and we believe that this platform may be used in developing infrastructure, in building public utility services, and placing ads, and developing tourism, as well as many other business lines. And I'm just about to finish up my presentation. I also want to say that we are part of the housing construction. In the last 10 years, we've built 4.6 million square meters of housing with the involvement of the bank or by our subsidiaries. And we are planning to build 5 more million of square meters of housing. And we have launched our own ecosystem under the brand Square Meter, SQM, and we're planning to have 33,000 deals, real estate deals. We have implemented about 30,000 transactions with the mortgage lending and 20,000 with the non-mortgage lending deals. So with this, I would like to finish up my presentation, and also want to say that another very important topic today is that in all of our projects, we are using the new ESG paradigm, environmental, social, and governance paradigm, which is one of the very hot topic today, also when it comes to the bank lending. It is not a coincidence that in this year the Moscow government has issued so-called green bonds, and the VTB Bank was the partner in placement of these green bonds. I believe that this is also the new financial activity for the city of Moscow, and we are also going to be a partner of the city in this regard. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Andrei. Thank you for your presentation. Yes, we can see the definite role of the banks in the high-tech development. I remember this phrase, that in Russia, a bank is more than just a bank. It also the mover of new technologies. And now we have the mayor of Istanbul back with us, and I'm kindly asking him to take the floor. Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, the floor is yours. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Dear Sergei Semyonovich and dear participants of the Moscow Urban Forum, first of all, I would like to welcome you on from myself and on behalf of the whole population of Istanbul. Unfortunately, I cannot be physically with you at the forum due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has deeply affected in all the areas of our lives. But I'm hoping that when the world when the pandemic will be over, I will be able to see you in person and will be able to attend your great forum. I'm very proud today for being invited to this forum, and it seemed to me that the topic of this forum is very intriguing: the superstar cities, the lessons of successful transformation. When I heard this overarching theme, I immediately thought of the city of Istanbul, and this is the most important city of the Turkey, and it's shining like a star, and it's actually a guiding star for all the people, not only in Istanbul but also all over Turkey. And we have to make sure that the city would be lighting our path in the future, and would be a guiding star for many, many residents and people of the world. We know that the city of Istanbul is one of the most important bigger cities and capitals of the world. It has a very rich history and a rich culture. It has very interesting geopolitical situation. It has been developing quite rapidly, providing people with incredible number of opportunities who are based on 2 continents. And this is the city which has been inspiring many artists and poets and people of arts. And we know that that in Istanbul represents several civilizations. It's one of the most ancient cities of the world, and I believe that this is a unique example of the superstar city, which has such a long-standing history, and we are experiencing pride. And of course, we are not living in the past. Still, the Istanbul is the attraction point for many people today, and it has the population which exceeds the population of many other mega cities of the world. And today, I'm saying that this is the world of cities, and the cities are being developing while the urban territories are shrinking, unfortunately, and agrarian agriculture sectors are, playing more like a secondary role. We can see that these kind of urban places and locations are shaping up the contours of the world to come, and this increases our responsibility. We want to make sure that this urban environment will be the place where people feel happier, they make money, and they find their living quite comfortable. In June of 2019, I had been elected as a mayor of Istanbul, and we came up with a motto: we are working for 16 million inhabitants of Istanbul. And using this motto, we are smiling and we're providing the services, the public services, and we make sure that we are in the front lines of managing our urban economy. We respect the rule of law. We would like to provide everyone equal opportunities, and we are working only with professionals in every field. We have been developing joint solutions, and we've made a decision that the next period of our governance will be the years of breakthrough years of Istanbul. We want to make this city the city of sustainable development, the city which will be the future-proof, and the city which will be developing its own infrastructure, attracting big financial means. We have attracted many investments from within the Turkey and from beyond the Turkey, and we are now building quite an extensive metro line, and now we're building 10 metro lines in our city. And when we will complete this mega project related to metro construction, to a large extent, we will decrease the workload on the automotive highways and will decrease the CO2 emissions. One of the biggest priorities would be the environment. We have the principles of the fair, green, and creative, and we are making every attempt in this along these lines. And pandemic has forced us to be ever more proactive and pay more attention to the ecological elements of these environments we're living in. And we have actually planted 2 big urban forests in our city. And in the second year of the governance, we have planned over 4 million square meters of the green areas to be planted, and they will be provided as open spaces for the residents. We are among the leaders of the C40 Cities Climate Leadership, and in view of these initiatives, we would like to establish and build the new world with sustainable development elements, and I would like to make our own contribution in developing this world. And sure, we would not be able to do it on our own without the extra help, and so we engage in partnerships, and we are in partnerships and in dialogue, in solidarity with other global cities. The beginning of 2020, when the pandemic first hit, like all the other cities, we have been facing very big challenges, and the focus of our attention was social support, of course. And unfortunately, we've seen an increase of unemployment figures, and we have to react to this situation. And of course, we have to intensify and step up our efforts in this line. We have developed a very effective plan of this so-called providing equal opportunities, and we are providing the so-called positive discrimination for women to make sure that women would feel financially independent and physically independent. But, however, we're facing new challenges. New challenges evoke new decisions. And during this quarantine, many new projects have seen the development. For example, the digitalization of many projects, which we of course had before, but we had to accelerate these initiatives. And one of the most important challenges which I've been facing as a mayor of Istanbul is the issue of seismic stability of Istanbul. We've launched many important initiatives in this field. We have developed a plan, earthquake action plan, it is called, for Istanbul, and we have begun to do some transformation plans in many locations, in many areas of the city. And we are closely communicating with the private sector, with the government, and we understand the importance of such communication and partnerships. And we are hoping that such a partnership will become ever more proactive than before. I believe that a superstar city is a city which has very strong international ties, and Istanbul is actually part of the many international organizations. We are ever expanding the areas of our cooperation. We're looking for new opportunities, and we have become the part of the Urban 20 network. And also on top of it, we have been establishing a sustainable network of cities, of sister cities all over the world. Before I finish my presentation, I would like to say that once again to emphasize that we have made up our mind to build a sustainable environment where people can feel joy and developing social infrastructure. And we sense this responsibility which lies on our shoulders. And we would like to make sure that our city would be a magnet for many people, so that it would retain its status of a superstar. And I'll make every effort to make sure that this will be the case. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for inviting me to such an important and landmark event. All the best. Thank you.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you very much, Mayor Imamoglu. We hope you are able to visit Moscow physically, either for the Moscow Urban Forum or for some other occasion. We are running out of time, unfortunately, so I'm not going to ask further question, but actually it is very obvious that Istanbul got much better even during the pandemic. It's now a major international airline hub. I don't know if it's because of something you did or the national government did or your airline did, but the rating of Istanbul as an aviation hub really improved. My congratulations. Okay, let's move on. We go to Patrick Schumacher. Patrick, do you get interpretation? Can you hear us?
Yes, and I'm very happy to join this illustrious panel. I'm so proud.
Да, тогда я буду говорить по-русски. Патрик, вы...
Okay, I will be speaking in Russian then. You represent the architectural community part. You represent an amazing architectural bureau. You've been working there for over 30 years, and certainly you made a major contribution to Zaha Hadid Bureau. It's known all over the world, and this is largely because of what you did. Okay, my question to you. Let's take an architect, an individual architect, or a group of architects, an architectural bureau. Is it possible to take a big city, just a city, and turn it into a star city? Or is it something that architects alone cannot do?
By the way, I mean, Istanbul and Moscow have been my favorite cities and also Zaha's favorite cities for many years, and they're really star cities. And on the world stage, they're competing very well. And I think architecture is an important part, has a contribution to play, and we are working and have major projects in both cities. So I'm very proud to say that. Yes, I think it's very important that cities work on their aesthetic identity, but also architecture and urbanism, of course, can help to really forge those central places where the co-location synergies come to life. And I think it's important what the Mayor of Moscow was saying in terms of working with the trend and not fighting the trend of urban concentration. and taking on these challenges. And I think architecture and urban design have a major contribution to make to maintain a pleasant environment as well as a legibility in the face of this new complexity and dynamism.
Да, кстати, вчера мы с вами говорили.
Right. And remember, yesterday we talked about density, and we looked at both sides of this issue. And eventually we agreed that it's okay. Density is, you just need to know how to work with density, right? There is this concept of a smart density and bad density. Could you please elaborate on that?
It's very important. We need to realize the historical era. Ricky, where Dad was talking about, London shrinking, but that was also the fate of many other cities. And in the last 30 years, we have that urban renaissance. We're living in this new technology-empowered, what do we call it, maybe network society, post-Fordist network society, and the co-location cities and the integration of creative industries and knowledge industries and knowledge economy means that we have to come together more closely. And I think the way to make that pleasant is, yes, to switch from car transport into public transport. I believe also that we're experimenting in London in active travel. So in cycling, and now we have e-bikes where you can easily, ride 10 miles, you cross a whole large city on your electric bike, electric scooters, but also walkability in the center of cities to integrate residences back into the center. And that means increasing density and not having the segregation of work environments, living environments. I think that's the way to allow that to happen. And we discussed yesterday as well that it is sometimes relying on building up height, but it is not only height. We look at Paris as one of the densest cities in the world within the kind of the range of the 7-story block. So that density, I think there is scope for density increases in London, but also I see it in Moscow and in Istanbul. And I encourage that because I think there are ways of maintaining pleasant urbanity with an increased density.
Патрик, спасибо. И последний вопрос вам.
Okay, my last question to you. What should we expect from the architecture of the future? What are the key new solutions in terms of architecture? What will the buildings look like tomorrow? What should we expect? Something fundamentally new.
Please visit my lecture later this afternoon where I'm going to show what the future might look like, a new London, for instance. But what I believe in is density, buildings coming together, but also being hollowed out on the inside through atrias for inter-awareness, inter-visibility and navigation, and connecting also buildings through bridges, like you see in Hong Kong happening. So atria and bridges and trying to make the complexity a pleasure.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we were supposed to stop a few minutes ago. I would like to really thank you, all of our panelists. Thank you very much for your contributions regarding urban planning, superstar cities. We have 2 days of work ahead of us. The forum is just beginning. We'll have over 70 sessions. A lot of experts will be speaking. All the deputy mayors of Moscow will be present and speaking. We'll cover all the aspects of major cities. Thank you very much. We thank all the participants in the plenary session. In 10 minutes, we start our panel discussion. We'll consider some examples of successful transformations. Ladies and gentlemen, we start our panel discussion. A star is born in cases of successful urban transformation. Our speakers are Andrei Bochkarev, Deputy Mayor for Urban Development and Construction, Moscow. Abdullah Balala, Executive Director, Sustainable Real Estate, Masdar. Ricky Burdett, Professor, London School of Economics and Political Science, Director of LSE Cities and the Urban Age Program, Manfred Kühne, Head of Department, Urban Development, Berlin, Arkady Dvorkovich, Chairman of the Skolkovo Foundation, Alejandro Echeverri, Architect, Urbanist, Medellin, Colombia. Our moderator is Natalia Chernova, Auditor of the Accounts Chamber of the Russian Federation. Good morning, dear panelists. A star is born, cases of successful urban transformation. We've listened to Moscow Mayor Sergei Sobyanin. We had our first panel discussion earlier today where we discussed star cities, how they make their way in this complex and volatile world. We talked about the cities dealing with the pandemic. We are facing a new situation. This is a new world. We remember how 2 years ago this room was full of people. Today we only have 2 speakers present in this room out of 6. This room is half empty, and still life continues. There are some major projects, especially in superstar cities. These projects continue despite all the odds. And perhaps this crisis will even become a new opportunity for these cities. In the previous session, Mr. Sharonov asked our speakers, what's the difference between big cities and star cities, truly great cities, cities that produce something new for the whole world. So we want to talk about major projects, how they affect cities, how they transform cities, what risks those projects have, and how will they benefit people and the economy, the city, and the whole nation. We have some success stories, successful transformations, and we'll talk about various cities, Moscow, London, and a number of new cities like Masdar. It's a greenfield project, you might say. And we have similar new cities building from scratch in Russia as well. So we will listen to our speakers and ask them to answer our questions. So let's talk about transformation, its effects, the risks it entails, what are the current trends, what were the trends over the last 15 years, and who benefits the most from these transformations. I give the floor now to Andrei Bochkarev. Thank you, Natalia. Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome to the Moscow Urban Forum. This subject we are going to discuss is truly interesting. We will talk about the transformation of cities under the current circumstances. And I'm not only talking about the pandemic. There are many cities have their own transformation programs. Cities want to adapt, cities want to optimize, cities want to make life more convenient for people living there. As far as Moscow specifically is concerned, Mayor Sobyanin said something important in his keynote address. He said every city has its own history, and It has ups and downs, triumphs and defeats. Many cities were not built from scratch. They have hundreds and thousands of years of history, like Moscow, for example. But it went through different periods, different transformations. Cities had to change in order to rise up to the challenges that they face during various periods of history. If we take Moscow specifically, Moscow is the capital of Russia. This is where we have national political authorities, administrative bodies. Also, we have a lot of researchers here, a lot of artists, a lot of human capital, a lot of businesses. This kind of environment attracts a lot of interesting, strong people. And the city has to create conditions for all these people to live here. To do that, in addition to public spaces, in addition to jobs, in addition to housing and recreation, the city has to have proper infrastructure for a large number of people. We need transport. We need whatever these people need in their lives. So in 2010, when Mr. Sobyanin became Moscow mayor, we reviewed our plans and we realized we need to catch up as far as infrastructure is concerned, especially transport. We were really lagging behind. We had a huge number of cars, and the city was not built for this many cars. Infrastructure did not meet the requirements. So we made it our goal to fix that over a very short period of time, to catch up, to make up this deficit. So I'm going to tell you now how we implemented those plans. But first, let me just tell you something. You know, last year, when the pandemic hit us, we realized something. We realized that our infrastructure projects had to continue. We realized this was one of the key solutions for our city. And we believe that at any cost, we should continue with our infrastructure projects. We can't slow down. We just can't afford to do that. We talked to the federal government, and we had common understanding that construction has to continue at the same speed, at the same pace. We offered subsidized mortgage to support housing construction to generate demand. So construction companies kept on working on the existing projects and added new housing projects. And I think this decision to offer subsidized mortgage was a key decision which supported the construction sector, that had a major multiplier effect and supported other industries as well. In addition to that, we made some other decisions. For example, we postponed a number of payments on some contracts, on land lease, some penalties, etc., etc. Some permit extensions, etc., etc. Anyway, we made a number of decisions to help with the key transformation of the city. So, by springtime, we were able to go back to the pre-COVID levels of construction. So we are truly grateful to the national government, the federal authorities, and the President of Russia personally. They all supported us, and they helped us to support our construction sector. Here in Moscow, our construction sector, it's one of the key components of our economy. Its contribution to Moscow's gross regional product is 19%. We're talking about 360 billion rubles. That's about 5 billion rubles. Estimates vary, of course. Over 1 million of people in Moscow either work directly in the construction sector or they work in related industries, materials, supplies, logistics, etc., etc. So, construction, new construction, has always been a priority under the current mayor. This is one of the key objectives. In order to make up the deficit in transport infrastructure, a decision was made to develop the metro system, the subway system in Moscow. Since 2011, 177 kilometers of metro lines were built in Moscow. This includes MCC, the Moscow Central Circle, that's part of our metro system. 19 new stations, 11 depots. From 1936 to 2010, Moscow had 178 stations built, and then in 10 next years, we build, you see, 60 and 90 stations. And we are going to build 24 more stations in the next couple of years. Some of those are already under construction, others are being designed. So, subway construction is a key component of the Moscow construction industry. This helps us organize the movement of people around the city more efficiently. This affects everything, the economic situation, safety, everything. This is a strategic priority to us. Here on this map you can see our key projects. These are the lines that are currently under construction. We plan to build the greater circle line. We'll build 70 kilometers of tracks, 31 stations, and this line will connect 25 districts, boroughs of Moscow. We plan to launch 10 more stations next year. We are making progress ahead of schedule. Simultaneously, just like Mayor Sobyanin told you earlier today, in addition to the metro, we are building rail tracks. We want to integrate commuter trains, a rail system, with the municipal public transport system. This program continues as well. Number two, the second issue we paid attention to in 2010, building new streets, repairing existing streets. Even though a decision was made to put special emphasis on public transportation in Moscow, we decided to work on road construction at the same time, building roads within Moscow's city limits. So, since 2011, we built over 308 major bridges, overpasses, tunnels, 260 pedestrian crossings, 266 kilometers of roads, and many of them were new roads being built within an existing city, densely populated city. And of course, this really helped us to reduce traffic, improve traffic, make it more convenient for people to travel around Moscow, address the issue of traffic jams. So this really helped. We were able to alleviate some of the tension. So this was our second strategic project. This is something we have been working on, and we will continue doing that. Being what we call cords is extremely important. These are roads that connect various parts of Moscow without going through the center. You can move cargo, you can move people without going through the central part of the city, as many people used to do in past years. That's why the center was so congested. Next, we don't just work on land, we also create public spaces on the banks of our rivers. We want people to feel comfortable, we want them to have a better life. Instead of fighting their problems, we just want people to be able to communicate and do something creative. So we made this major project renovating our embankments. This covered 70 kilometers of embankments, and we are going to enhance 120 kilometers of embankments more. Next, there is a major program of renovation. We are renovating our housing. We started in 2011, and we built 95 million square meters of housing. We build 8 million square meters a year of real estate, including housing. This is a very impressive figure. Even though the city is already pretty densely populated, we improve the quality of housing in our city. So, like I said, our renovation program is extremely important. We have about 5,000 buildings that are pretty old, and they were not intended to have a long life cycle. It was expected that they would be torn down after 25 years, and it's been more than 25 years since they were built. So we are going to tear down those buildings and move the people living there into new buildings. And in place of those old buildings, we'll build new, modern, convenient buildings with the proper infrastructure. Will create new, improved environment around these buildings. This will change the fabric of the city. Currently, we prepared sites for about 8 million square meters. In total, we'll have to build about 20 million square meters to move people from these old, decrepit buildings to new ones. In addition to transport infrastructure, in addition to underground transport, overground transport, the city invests a lot in what we call social infrastructure. Since 2011, the city built over 300 daycare centers, kindergartens for preschool children, and 113 new school buildings. In the next couple of years, we'll build 70 new daycare centers and 80 new schools. As we renovate the city, we need to create new daycare centers, kindergartens, and schools in the areas where people move, because those areas will have larger populations. They need more schools, they need more daycare centers. On top of that, it's really important to modernize our healthcare system, partly by building new medical institutions. Since 2011, we built over 100 new clinics, and we have plans to build 74 more modern medical centers that will help us to really improve the quality of our healthcare system in Moscow. This is another crucial element of our infrastructure plans. People don't always notice this necessarily, but this element has a major effect on the quality of life in our city. In addition to healthcare, another matter which is extremely important is sports, athletic venues. We built 142 new athletic venues. These includes the stadia we built for the World Cup, like Luzhniki, other venues, CSKA, Spartak, Dynamo. These are major soccer venues, and we are going to build 46 more venues. Some are multi-sport venues, others are single-sport venues. But anyway, we are going to invest a lot of funds in this construction work. The total amount of investment since 2011 was $7 to $12 billion a year. This should give you an idea. And 2/3 of this money, and we're talking about $10 billion a year, 2/3 went into transport, and 1/3, the remaining third, went into social infrastructure, sports, culture, theaters, exhibition centers, parks, larger parks, I mean. In addition to renovating existing parks, we created new parks, and we are going to do much, much more in the next 3 years. We understand, of course, that construction has the multiplier effect. It doesn't resolve all the problems of the city, but creating this kind of infrastructure, healthcare, education, housing, jobs, culture, all these things added together gives you the momentum. This is what helps you develop the city even more. As we launch new facilities, this helps develop this particular part of the city, this particular area, this particular aspect. Over 10 years, external investments grew by the number of 5, partly because we were able to create effective infrastructure in Moscow. And of course, in terms of appeal for investors, Moscow is one of the leading cities in Russia. Very briefly, I would like to say, in addition to fine-tuning, in addition to addressing various issues like healthcare, public spaces, various programs, getting people involved in recreational activities, stimulating the economy. In addition to all that, you need to build powerful infrastructure, physical facilities that will make it easy, comfortable, convenient for people to live in this city. Engage in sports. Cities shouldn't be just a place where people live. This should be a place where they move around. Many cities become stars from the day they're born. But many cities have to reconsider, review the way they're taking, making sure that their star shines ever brighter. And I think Moscow is a very good example of that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrei. Thank you, for your report. This was truly impressive, a lot of details. And we know we have a lot of cities in Russia, they try to do something similar. They imitate Moscow. They learn from Moscow's positive experience. And we know that last year a new law was adopted in Russia on comprehensive development. So we just hope this work continues. We'll have more public transport projects. We'll have more pedestrian streets. For example, like Moscow has such streets. And we hope that this will continue. And similar streets will appear in other cities of Russia. So we just hope Moscow shares its best practices with other cities in terms of construction, in terms of administration, because we understand, of course, this required a major managerial effort. Okay, I suggest that we move on, and let's now talk about London, another city. And London was a star from the day it was born. We go to Ricky Burdett now. Ricky, can you hear us?
Is that better? Can you hear me?
Все слышно прекрасно.
Now we can hear you well.
Okay. So I will speak very fast, so I'm sorry for the translator, but I want to, in 10 minutes, say what London has been doing to remain a sort of superstar, but a very particular superstar, which is not a super planned superstar, but a much more organic and, in fact, I would call slightly messy type of city. And I think that's an important element we should talk about. Now, let me see whether much of the work that I'm presenting here comes out of the research that we do at my group at the London School of Economics, where we also train future mayors and planners like the ones who are present. And I'm delighted that Alejandro Echeverri, in fact, who is speaking after me, has taken part. But I think any superstar city, you can't forget that it's part of a network of international cities. I made that point before. I think you can invest in any city around the world, but unless you have the growth, these just show the numbers of people moving into any of these cities every hour. So every minute and a half that I'm speaking, someone's moving into, say, Lagos or Kinshasa. Now, London and Moscow, that is not the situation, but on the other hand, growth is fundamental. And of course, cities, we talk about them as if they're the same thing, but they're very, very different in very different parts. And I want to just talk about 2 or 3 things which I think are relevant. One is the connectivity is essential. We've heard how Moscow has reinforced its connectivity, but you know, the importance of an airport and connecting around the world. We will hear from Berlin in a moment. That's maybe been a bit of a handicap recently. I don't want to be unkind. But also the connections between the flow of ideas and people and much else is essential. And of course, we also know that that has flow of people and interconnectivity has been the deep root of the spread of the pandemic. So it's gone the other way. But as it happens, and this I move more to London, according to a number of international polls, this is the Mori poll done in Japan, in the last few years, it's remained at the top of sort of the place to do business. And of course, that remains to be essential. And the place to do business has a physical location, which we can see here, the city of London, but also in the distant part of this slide, the second intentionally planned new pole for business, which is Canary Wharf and the area along the Thames. So within this organic, rather messy image, you know, this is not a view you would get from Barcelona, Manhattan, Berlin, or Moscow. It's much more unstructured as a physical form, but really quite carefully planned in terms of its growth. This is actually what London looks and feels like. You can see the river and you can see the parks, but there's no real clear structure. But it's all about flows and connections. And very important to the core subject about the DNA of a city and how you grow it, is the fact that London is actually made up of these clusters. We call them urban villages, neighborhoods. And it's these neighborhoods that actually, during the pandemic, interestingly, have remained vibrant, kept people together. And it's the heart of the cities, the central areas like Piccadilly Circus, which have remained empty and still are today. Now, as we move towards the major projects on investments, we have to remember that London is massively powerful in terms of its role in the national economy. This is not always the case with cities, and it is, despite pandemic, actually growing. It will either grow to 11 million, 10 million or so. We're now just under 9 million. It has been hit by the pandemic, but migration will continue even though Brexit is affecting it enormously. The biggest change, which is fundamental to the sort of investments that are made, is that we have invested in a mayor who has powers over the whole district. This is something that when we, I'm sure, hear from Berlin and Brandenburg, is a debate that's happening in that very city now. Where do you draw the line in terms of who takes the decisions? Well, we've invested in a new authority who has the power to do a number of things. One of the key areas to address to make a city super, to make it competitive, and to make it equal is to recognize what are your deep problems. And this map shows in red where the areas of greatest inequality are, and in green exactly the opposite, the greatest affluence. And you can see that broadly the east side is much more concentrated in terms of inequality rather than the west or the edge. Therefore, any policy that tries to make a city more equal needs to address these issues. This is how we at the LSE sort of simplify how London actually works. The great advantage of having a mayoral control is that there have been major investments in terms of projects of controlling traffic, a different way from Moscow, much more about limiting which cars and particularly what level of pollution they have coming into the central areas, and a very new thing called low traffic neighborhoods, which is reducing through traffic in exactly those areas that we looked at. The result is a new plan for London, which the mayor is focused on in terms of the next 25 years of growth. Much of it is to do with what you do with this sort of vast areas of expansive, derelict, unused land, and this is behind the London plan. At the moment, there are something like 500 buildings, taller buildings, with planning permission across London, and nearly all of them are in these sorts of areas, which are, though, extremely well connected with public transport. So, for example, where the Euros are being held this week in some of the semi-final games, there's very good public transport and nearly 5,000 homes have been built. The same is happening with offices all around the City of London, major developments by design, many of them actually coming up for planning after the pandemic. And the biggest infrastructure rail project has had a few problems, but it will open in the next couple of years at most, which is the Crossrail line, which means that a place like Canary Wharf is doubling or tripling in size as a result of that. You can see this in the landscape of the city over time. Two projects I want to end with. One is private and one is public. This is a major redevelopment of an empty industrial area, old railway lands next to two major stations of King's Cross and St. Pancras, now developed into this. Very well connected nationally and internationally. The whole project is designed around the quality of public space. So it brings people together to live and work. For example, Google is building its new European headquarters. Facebook is moving here. But the quality of the public spaces is absolutely central to actually attracting young people to move here. The final project, which I was very involved in for a number of years as the chief advisor to the London Olympics, is all about, again, taking land which is well connected in terms of transport but underdeveloped and turning into this. This is a view only from last November of exactly that site as it was 7-8 years ago. And now it's a place where nearly 50% of the population who lives in these areas are affordable housing, 50% is private, and the quality is really quite high, and families are beginning to move there. Right next to some of these great venues, like the sports arena, swimming arena designed by Zaha Hadid architect, but importantly, culture, university, next to housing, next to offices, makes that mix, which is going to make this area remain a sort of vibrant part of the DNA of London. That's the only way that a superstar city like London will keep its head above the water, keep competitive, even though, of course, there's always going to be people who are unhappy. And dealing that, we heard several mayors talk about this earlier today, is part of the process. A process which I think my message about London recognizes that not everything can be planned as if it's perfect and complete, but it requires a recognition that things have to be incremental, that actually cities are incomplete and need to have the capacity to change and adapt within a global context. Thank you very much.
Ricky, спасибо большое. Действительно, очень много.
Ricky, thank you very much. Indeed, many recipes pretty much alike, and it is important that not only mega projects, but also such a very complex kind of network of blood vessels, so to speak, even in such major cities like London and Moscow, for that matter. And by the way, we also have this kind of funny map. We have the funny map or diagram of St. Petersburg, and we have more diversity about different neighborhoods in St. Petersburg. And I would like to give the floor to Manfred Kühne. For quite a long time, for about 3 decades, the city has been working with its space. I'm speaking about Berlin. And what are the recipes, Manfred, you could give us about the Berlin, which would be applicable to other cities? And we know that in Berlin, we also have the concepts of developing creative industries and how to transform spaces and attract new, talented personnel to the city. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much for having me here. I have a little problem with the acoustics. There is an echo. Is it acceptable for you to listen to me?
Слышим прекрасно.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me here. I appreciate very much to share experiments and strategies. I want to present Berlin as an emerging star city with a question mark. Berlin was once, before World War II, unquestioned one of the 3 star cities on the globe. In 1920s, when Greater Berlin was established with a territory of about 900 square kilometers, it was the 3rd biggest city in the world behind London and New York. At that time, Berlin had a population of 4.5 million inhabitants. Today, we have less than 4 million. So we have a great infrastructure, and our infrastructure situation is not to invest very much in the enlargement of the infrastructure. Of course, we do it in modest steps, but to reactivate the infrastructure we have. Berlin has 12 boroughs. That's very important because all structures in Germany are very decentralized. I'm representing the Senate. It's the administration for the entire city, but the boroughs have a great say in urban development in Berlin. Berlin is characterized as a city of disruptive development. 2 world wars, the destruction of the city, the division of the city, and all these political and economic disasters of the last 100 years had, as a result, very strong public investing campaigns. Germany, as a comparatively rich nature, always invested very much in the infrastructure and in the construction sector in its capital, even when the city was divided. And so today Berlin is something like an encyclopedia of urbanism and architecture from 20th and 21st century. And for us, a major task is to maintain and develop these different kinds of architectural and urbanistic heritage. I mentioned it, Germany has very decentralized structures as a nation. And also in the system of the major cities. Since 1945, Berlin is not anymore the unique star city in the nation. In the time of the division of the country, elites and businesses moved to the western part of Germany, and there they remain. We heard already from the colleague from London, Berlin has no national airport hub. The finance industries and the high-rise buildings of the banks are in Frankfurt, and so we have 5 cities in Germany that share functions of a classical star city. On the other hand, the decentralized political and administration system gives a great influence and power to the cities themselves. A federal president, a federal chancellor like Angela Merkel have no direct influence in the development of their capital. So the city of Berlin is used to have long-time strategies, because when we can present integrated planning approaches, we have the option to get very strong funding from the national government and the European Union. And so one of our most important planning tools is the Inner City Guideline Plan from the 1990s that showed very huge opportunities for densifying and vitalizing all inner city parts of Berlin. And in good and bad times in the last 3 decades, we worked on improving and implementing this strategy. In Berlin was from the late 1990s to the year 2010, the hub of unemployment in Germany. We started 21st century without a relevant economic basis, because I mentioned it already, the economic power of Germany was concentrated far in the West. So we had very smart strategies for economically stagnating city and demographically shrinking city. Many cities in Europe and in other parts of the world are shrinking, and we had something like a leadership in knowledge how to deal with shrinking. And so for us it was a complete surprise that around 2010 we noticed we turned from the hub of unemployment to the position of the most prospering economic hub in Germany. And from that time on, we had to redesign, to redirect all our urban development strategies. And now Berlin is going again towards a population of 4 million inhabitants. And that does mean a lot of challenges for an unprepared city. For us, gentrification is one of the most unexpected challenges. In the year 2000, we had 100,000 empty apartments in the city for the first time in our history. And now we have a decade of housing shortage. And it is worth to notice that Berliners do not own their apartments. Berliners rent their apartments. It's a tradition in Central Europe. You have it also in Vienna. And for generations, it is reasonable to rent because of the price level is low. But now the increase in the price level is an existential challenge to local people, and they react. So we are in a phase where we need and we get a new balance of power. I mentioned the public sector was dominating in Berlin for decades. The times of crisis encouraged the civil society to take many initiatives for urban development in their own hands. And only recently we see big companies to restart investments and creating landmark buildings for their businesses. Berlin's political system is very much influenced by the civil society. We had big squatting movements in the 1980s in West Berlin, and after the wall came down in East Berlin. And Berliners are used not only to vote, they are used to act, to be very much involved in urban development projects. That's why the brown fields in the inner city were the cultural and later the economical accelerators for a complete rebranding of the city of Berlin. Berliners always knew their local troubles, but when you travel abroad, everybody is considering Berlin as one of the most creative cities in the world, and that comes from the club scene, the small creative businesses that established themselves in these for a long that were the breeding places of creative communities that had a concept of non-profit developers with a lot of funding also from Switzerland, from non-profit funds. But they not only developed a culture and a spirit of creativity and their own kind of design approaches, but many of these activists from many countries in Europe found out they have no option to get a decent job in Berlin. So they had to create their own businesses. And in a few years, Berlin emerged as one of the most important startup hubs in Europe. We are
Марфет, вы нас слышите?
Big companies are, and we are in open contest with our twin city of Paris to secure this position as startup hub. We have, I mentioned it, many options to
Марфет, вы нас слышите?
Manfred, can you hear us?
The inner city. That's the oldest part of Berlin. You see, it was in post-war period redesigned as the modern center of a socialist capital. As a heritage of that, we have a lot of housing in the heart of the city, and we have many premises and places where we can bring new projects. We cooperate very much with the private real estate sector, but even in the at these most central places in the city, we have a considerable number of experimental projects where we start to cooperate city-owned companies with initiatives and experts from the civil society in order not to demolish anymore our building stocks from the 1960s and 1970s, but to transform them in experimental and innovative mixed use and affordable projects in the heart of the city. This is the oldest marketplace in Berlin, the former milk market, and you see we have highway-like streets in the heart of the city. We are ahead of a mobility revolution. Many leading German companies have important global positions in this development, and we have the option also to adapt our urban structures and to reconquer the lost historic center and many parts of the inner city that were victims of the automotive age. Since the boom came as a great surprise, we can reactivate a lot of high-rise housing projects that were designed in the 1990s in the context of international urbanistic programs. But even in the cooperation with this big real estate developers, we apply recently politically decided high-rise building guidelines. We need mixed functional projects, and we want to secure the access of local people and the connection to the neighborhood also in the business districts we develop. On the other hand, you see some of these new towers that are under construction in the background. On the other hand, we have a very high level of appreciation and awareness for our modernist heritage. Stalin Allee, today Karl Marx Allee, is meant to be listed as a World Heritage. We have already our social housing estates from the 1920s on the World Heritage list. We learned that people love to live in these buildings, and also the real estate market today is very open in Berlin to develop and maintain such areas. We have other parts of the post-war modernist typology, and it's always a great challenge in Berlin to bring additional programs and buildings there. So in some areas we are in the experimental mode and try to find out if we need special urbanistic solutions. For example, this proposal of the adaptation of the classic courtyard system as we know it from the Islamic world for today citizens in Berlin. I mentioned Berlin is a competitive startup hub in Europe, and all the big companies that left the city after the war are coming back. They are not coming back with their headquarters, but they are coming back with their innovation units. This is a picture of Siemensstadt. In the upper left, you see the former global headquarters of Siemens company that is since the 1940s located in Munich. The headquarters will be
Уважаемые друзья, да, у нас, к сожалению...
Dear friends, we're terribly sorry. Manfred, if you can hear us, we're awfully sorry, but now we have to cut you short because we are very hard pressed for time, and we need to move along our agenda and to give the floor to our next speakers. Thank you very much. We apologize again. Thank you very much for your very detailed presentation. But friends, if you're watching us right now, be it online and offline, we bring our apologies. We live in the new world, and that's why sometimes we do have some malfunctions. And I would like to give the floor to Abdullah Balala, Executive Director of Sustainable Real Estate, Masdar. And could you please tell us how the new city is developing, and what kind of new technologies are being used, and what is the starship, traits of this project? Abdullah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to start by saying thank you very much for inviting us and having a part in this forum. It's as much as I have the desire to be among you in Russia and Moscow, and I'm actually nostalgic after I've seen all the presentations of my fellow speakers, London, Berlin, Moscow. Speaking about Masdar city, let me just give a little bit of background here. So the wise leadership of the United Arab Emirates and Abu Dhabi have established Masdar city as a sustainability, Masdar as a company, as a sustainability champion to their economy diversification agenda. Masdar have been since then at the forefront of all future technologies and renewable energy sources. Speaking specifically about Masdar city is a 6 square kilometer in size, with approximately of 3.7 million square meter of GFA, and it has a lot of multiple uses. The aim of the master planning exercise we've done earlier is to come up with a complete sustainable community. So Masdar is not only zoned with one specific use, it's zoned with different uses, such as residential, office, commercial. And what makes it unique is how the research and development uses are embodied within the master plan we have. The main aim of having Masdar city as a future model of how sustainable urban growth should look like in the future and how sustainable technologies should grow within this place is to promote it as an ecosystem. So speaking about Masdar city being the right ecosystem for companies to grow and deploy their technologies in place, we have a lot of examples within Masdar city. First of all, speaking, my colleague Manfred was talking about Siemens. We have signature partners in Masdar city, international global players, such as Siemens regional headquarter in the Middle East of North Africa, located in Masdar city. Companies like Lockheed Martin, companies like Honeywell. These are from the private sector. And of course, we're proud to be the place where the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, a United Nations organization, selecting Masdar city and the city of Abu Dhabi as a permanent home of it. From the government sector, we have the UAE Space Agency. We have, of course, the customs. We have the Emirates Nuclear Cooperation, located within Masdar city as well. So now I'm giving examples from the private sector. I'm giving examples from the government sector. However, if you don't have the right, these are people from within Masdar city, but if you don't have the right master plan in place to cater for their requirements as a global players and as a local players in place, with the flavor of being a free zone, a licensing agency, we wouldn't be where we are today. So Masdar today, and where I'm happy to mention that we have developed something like 550,000 square meter worth of development within Masdar city. All the assets we are developing are sustainable, and when I say sustainable, I don't refer to it in the local content, but in international rating systems as well. So the assets we have are LEED Platinum and LEED Gold certified, in addition to the local sustainability standard we are adopting within Abu Dhabi called Istidama. Istidama is an Arabic word. But speaking about sustainability, and since this is an urban forum, I'm not going to zoom in more into the assets, but I'll talk more moving forward about the master plan itself. So the sustainability standards we have in Abu Dhabi that is adopted is not only rating buildings, it rates communities as well. So Masdar is considered one of the highest rating communities, and that's due to multiple factors. Number one, Masdar exceeds 20% of its land area as a public and recreational areas within the master plan. Number two, it's supported with multiple transportation modes. So as of today, we were one actually of the pioneers who introduced electrical driverless cars back in 2009. It's personal rapid transit systems. And we've been successfully transporting more than 2 million people within Masdar city with zero accident. Back in 2017, we thought how we can elevate this transportation system. So we ran a competition at the time. And today we're proudly saying that we have an autonomous vehicle that is roaming Masdar city, transporting our partners, our tenants, and our colleagues from the government and the private sector who lives, work, and play within Masdar city. So we have the autonomous mobility, we have roads, bus, and we are one of the fundamental stations of Abu Dhabi government future plans for trams and metros. Masdar city located 5 minutes away from Abu Dhabi airport. So we are at phase 1 of the metro and tram project that is under Abu Dhabi government is undertaking. Masdar city at its heart, walkability is something we don't compromise with. All the corridors is designed to support walkability and to become a walking friendly environment in addition to cycling. So at the periphery of Masdar city, we have introduced a walking and jogging and running track, a cycling track. The ultimate goal is to achieve a 12.5 kilometer track for running and cycling. And that will be at the periphery of the whole of Masdar city. As of today, we are approximately 60% of that. Because the more we grow within Masdar city and the more we build this track. A successful story I always like to mention in my talks, Masdar city today is considered the proof of concept that sustainable development is actually commercially viable, especially when it's located in a very urbanized community. So in order to have a complete sustainable community, you need to have a different transportation modes. We have that. You need to have the right formula of having recreational and open space facilities. We have that. And we have third-party investors who took the risk of developing sustainably. And today we're proudly seeing them actually making money out of these developments. And if that means something, that means that sustainable development in sustainable communities is actually a complementing formula for a sustainable, successful, commercially viable real estate. Our future plans, we continue to grow. We are actually now doubling down in our development sizes. We have established a real estate trust in Abu Dhabi global markets where we have our assets in there and we are doubling down on them and leveraging, and that's what we call, ladies and gentlemen, a green financing. Abu Dhabi government and its champion in sustainability and urban communities, Masdar city, is spearheading, I would say, the sustainability agenda and the urbanism and the benefit and proving that urbanism is basically the way forward for communities to grow, where we can satisfy our residents and our investors' needs by developing these communities. I know we are in short of time. I'm sorry if I took longer, but thank you very much again for having us today. And I look forward to meeting you in person at some point in time.
Well, thank you very much. This was very interesting. This kind of innovative, smaller cities do emerge around the world in a number of countries. We have a similar city in Russia. It's called Innopolis. It's in the Republic of Tatarstan. And they do something similar to what you do with their transport. So it's really interesting to compare your experience to theirs. Maybe next year we could have a separate session on such cities. All right. I would like to go to Arkady Dvorkovich now. The Skolkovo Foundation, Innovative Technologies for Urban Development. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It's a great honor for me to be here as part of the Moscow Urban Forum this year. You've mentioned a lot of things already. I won't repeat anything. I will just emphasize 2 points. Number one, how cities should develop. Many of the things you said had to do with construction. By the way, when we launched our Skolkovo project, people asked us, why do you need to build something new? We have a lot of buildings in Russia. Maybe you could just use digital technology to connect various venues together. Various universities, technology parks, various cities. Maybe this would work. Maybe you don't need to build something new for Skolkovo. Well, Skolkovo was created in order to create a new environment for entrepreneurship. Like Manfred Kuhne said, he talked about the startup hub for Europe. Moscow, of course, we're not as big as London, but we have caught up with Berlin and Paris. We have a lot of startups. Some of them are in Skolkovo, others are not. And this is also another factor that makes Moscow a star city or a superstar city. So, should we build something new? Do we need to build new cities? Our response, our answer to this question is yes. By all means, we should build something new. We need to understand what makes people happy. People are happy when they feel secure, when they can move around, when they can have a healthy lifestyle, when they live in a beautiful setting. And for the setting to be nice, you need to either build something new or renovate something that existed before. And it's important for people to cater to their customized needs based on new technology, the use of digital platforms, etc. So, we need to build to get there. And it's great that Moscow and other cities have built a lot of things that meet our needs, not just today's needs, but also needs of tomorrow. Over the last 15 or rather 12 years, I guess, we saw a new wave of urban infrastructure development. It all started with the APEC summit in Vladivostok, the Ruski Island, new roads were built, airports were repaired. This was a whole new city, and now that the APEC summit is over, there is a huge campus there. Sochi, the Olympic Games, again, in Kazan, we had a major sporting event, and then they had Innopolis, close to Kazan, and Skolkovo came in at about the same time, the idea of Skolkovo, and we started building infrastructure there. Then we had the World Cup in 2018. We built 11 new venues, 11 new stadiums, and this really changed a number of cities around Russia. In addition to Moscow, Kazan, and Sochi, we had St. Petersburg, Saransk, Volgograd, Kaliningrad, Nizhny Novgorod. I may have forgotten some of the host cities during the World Cup. So anyway, this was the second wave. A lot of tourists coming to those cities, a lot of new infrastructure. Of course, this was not something dramatic for those cities, but still, it was pretty substantial. And then the third wave came, Every governor, every mayor, they know what they're doing. They have the support of the federal government, VEB, and Moscow and Skolkovo. We were involved in all those waves, all three of them. And Moscow is definitely a superstar city. And other cities want to follow in Moscow's footsteps. And it's important to be ambitious. Now, of course, the situation with the resources may vary. Some major projects were funded primarily by the government, even though there was an element of private investment. But still, most of the money came from the government. With the housing construction, the new level of government support with mortgage played a crucial role, and the situation changed dramatically. And finally, PPP, public-private partnerships. We have more and more of that. We have major private investors partnering up with national or regional authorities to fund certain projects, and that's an excellent way to pool our resources to develop our infrastructure. In addition to that, there is another element that is equally important today. Skolkovo develops as a new city today, but I will not talk a lot about that. It's a city within the city. On the one hand, it's part of Moscow. At the same time, it has its own unique administrative system. There is a campus. There are technology parks for hundreds and thousands of startups. There is the unique project of the Moscow medical cluster, where we have partnered up with the foreign clinics. We have an R&D center and excellent infrastructure for living, for sports, for healthy lifestyle. There is a well-coordinated plan, comprehensive plan for developing this territory, sustainable transport, and we are in partnership with other areas around us, like the Skolkovo School of Management, the Mishorsky Park, and Skolkovo is connected to Moscow by this rail line that we talked about earlier, thanks to Russian railways and the city of Moscow. Skolkovo is the center where we develop solutions for everybody else. Smart city solutions, transport administration solution. Moscow uses a lot of solutions that were originally developed in Skolkovo. Security solutions, biometrics, and other tech solutions. Autonomous transport. Skolkovo was used as a testing ground for autonomous transport. 5G, 6G solutions. Waste sorting and treatment, recycling. And actually, we are sharing these new advanced technologies with other parts of Russia as well. Healthcare, of course, medical services, artificial intelligence. This is now available in Moscow, and we are sharing this with the rest of the world, especially during the pandemic. And of course, online education became very popular during the lockdown. Also, we developed monitoring systems that monitor traffic, the environment, etc., etc. So we are ready to share these new advanced technologies with everybody. Now, let's move on to the future. We have accomplished a lot in construction, in technology, and we are going to continue doing that. But the next step would be investing in people. We need people to manage all those systems and take advantage of them. And that's where we are short at the moment. We need more investment in people, so I hope we just find resources and skills to increase our investment in human capital. Education, first and foremost. Every person should be able to take advantage of the benefits we generate. Thank you. Thank you, Arkady. You're right, of course. We need to invest in people. This is the key element. This is what Mayor Sobyanin talked about today. Everything we do in our cities is for the people, to make our cities nice places for people to live in. And we know that Skolkovo has your partner, Skolkovo School Management, has a special program for future mayors. And the solutions that you come up with can be now implemented in the various cities around Russia. You know, I've been talking to a lot of strategists, and very often we see a lot of interest in our programs from abroad, but people in Russia, people in other cities in Russia, quite often are not aware of the solutions that you have available in Skolkovo. You're totally right. Yes, we work together with VEB, with various territories in Russia, sharing our knowledge, sharing our skills. For example, we recently went to Kemerovo or Nizhny Novgorod. We work with many cities in Russia, helping them, supporting them, sharing with them, helping them to bring investors in, government support, private investors, and these cities are really changing. Thank you very much. We now go to Alejandro Echeverry. Alejandro, Medellin. You know, just recently, Medellin was one of the worst cities in terms of social development. Could you please share your experience of developing Medellin? What were you able to accomplish? We know that it's now an industrial center, banking center, a development center in Colombia. Please tell us about the work you did in the city.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Could you see my presentation? I am sharing now.
Нет, мы не видим.
No, we can't see anything.
I am sharing the presentation. I am sharing now.
We can see it now. We can see it now. It's okay. It's all good.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you for the invitation. So I am now in Colombia, 5 a.m., very early, not the same time for you. So I am Alejandro Echeverry. I am an architect and planner from Medellin. And between 2004 and 2012, I was the director of the Urban Development Institute of the Medellin city, from we led the strategy of social urbanism with the mayor Sergio Fajardo. I am going to share some ideas about it. Now I am the director of Urbam, an urban and environmental research center at EAFIT University. So Medellin, we have been having challenges about inequality, spatial injustice, environmental injustice, and violence too. And the social urbanism strategy focus in the value of the social infrastructure and the urban integral projects. The valley of Medellin, the Aburrá Valley, is located in the middle of the Andes Mountains. So the city is under those clouds that you see in the picture. Colombia is located in the northern part of South America. We have an extraordinary diversity because Colombia is the intersection of the Atlantic and the Caribbean Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, links with Panama and Central America, the Andes corridor, and the Amazon too. And Medellin city has today in the metropolitan area 3.5 million inhabitants. So we had a very deep crisis 30 years ago, we call the dark years. So it was a combination of violence, drugs, extreme inequality. We still have inequality and like a big problem in our city. And now we are in a new crisis because of the COVID. We are not strangers to crisis in Medellin. Some of the main social innovation in Medellin have come about as responses to our crisis. The reflections and learning of social urbanism and its comprehensive approach to the urban challenges acquire today high relevance. The map shows you in the darker colors, the greatest inequality of the city that you see in these two pictures. So we have two different cities in our city. The darkest colors belongs to the north zone is in the upper part of the image, and the south is the wealthy part of the city. So I am going to focus in the north part of the city where we apply this strategy of social urbanism. The yellow line that you see in the picture, I draw the yellow line between the limits of the informal area of Comuna 13 and the Barrio San Javier. So this yellow line represents many other yellow lines that we have in our city and in the Latin American cities. So we focus in those yellow lines a comprehensive and integral interventions that combines new public transport system, library parks, electric escalators, different social services for sports facilities. So this strategy that we started in 2004, trying to combine and to transform many different places in the barrios, in the most violent areas of Medellin. So the picture that I showed before belongs to 2003, and the picture in the image, you see the new cable car, the teleférico that connect with the metro, the sports and the parks for kids, the library park to the right side, and the transformation of the urban environment. And we select in the first two governments between 2004 and 2012, we select 6 areas to combine this strategy. So those 6 areas belongs to many different yellow lines in the city. They're trying to link the informal and formal areas and to develop an integral intervention. This is the first model or the first pilot in the north part of the city that we call Barrio San Javier, Santo Domingo, and Popular. So you see the new cable car stations, the new 3 cable car stations, and from each station, we develop an holistic intervention that combines different scale of actions in physical transformation, bridges, public spaces, schools, sports facilities, with housing as well. But at the same time, we combine a very robust agenda of programs. So the social urbanism strategy and the urban integral projects trying to combine an holistic interventions that belongs to the physical interventions, public spaces, public transport systems, new sport facilities, social investment, and so on, with a very strong programmatic agenda that belongs to culture, education, and innovation in those informal areas. But the focus was the people, how the people moves in the barrios, how we could reconnect the itineraries of the common people, how we could improve the small streets, the small connections that bring the families and the kids to take the cable cars, the public transport system, take them as well to the schools and to the houses. But one of the most innovative ideas was to work with informality, not to do the tabula rasa, how to improve informality. These pictures belongs to 2003, is the Creek of Juan Bobo, and these pictures belongs to 2010 in the same place. All the people that used to live in the informal condition is living there in the same place, preserving the social and the economy networks. So that 30% of the people moves to the new small blocks, and the 70% of the people goes to the improvement houses in the same place. So this strategy that needs the leadership of politics, I must say that was very important because the crisis opened the door to change the leadership, and a social movement won the election and goes to the government and could develop and build a new narrative of the city. So another example are the water reservoirs tanks, the water tanks of the city that used to be located in the periphery, the barrios of the periphery. So the city transformed them, 36 of them, in new cultural centers and meeting points of the city. How to use the urban transport systems that combines metro, tramway, cable cars, and active mobility to connect socially the city was very important, and how to use and to develop new agenda that links culture, education, and innovation in a very strategic areas. This picture shows you the new science museum and the new botanical garden that is located, linking with an informal area too, in another yellow border. So the other idea was how to activate designing new big events that teach the people of the city how to re-encounter, because the violent moments from the 90s and 80s changed the behavior of the city, and the city start to be enclosed. So to break that walls and to give transparency of the city was very important. So the last idea was that after 20 years, the lesson after 20 years for us is that those processes with more participation and commitment from the community teach us today that they are the most sustainable and strong against the discontinuity of politics. So how to increase the capacity of the people, how to work with communities, how to engage communities in the processes, teach us today, after 20 years, that the reality and give sustainable processes. So to conclude, I would like to share 3 or 4 points, how to develop and to build a new narrative. So combining politics, techniques, intelligence, and innovation. The narrative that trying to solve the challenge of equity with social infrastructure, culture, education, and innovation. How to develop and how to build trust and confidence is very important, because open the window that we could have, and we could develop partnerships between private, government, academy, and community working together. This is another key issue of Medellin. Break the walls, because how to avoid enclaves and to develop a very strong network of new meeting points, connections, public spaces. And the most important is the people's capacity, how to work with the people, how to scale the process and the projects to the people. Participation and community processes is a guarantee of sustainability. Okay, thank you very much.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. We will now conclude our session because we ran over time. We're really late, and I would like to say that almost every speaker talked about public spaces, public transport, and various facilities of social infrastructure. Anyway, we really hope that very soon we'll be able to take advantage of all those facilities, and next year, at our next year's forum, I hope you all come to Moscow and we'll meet face to face. We will have no technical issues, no Zoom issues next year, and we'll discuss our cities again. Thank you very much.
Участники форума. Начинается...
Dear participants of the forum, the dialogue will start. Successful transformation, success of transport development comes to leading cities. Today, Deputy Head in the government of Moscow, Head of the Department of Transport and Development of Road Infrastructure of the Moscow City, Maxim Liksutov. Our speakers, former Director of the European Commission for Transport, Violeta Bulc, Director General of the International Union of Public Transport, Mohammed Mizgani, Chief Executive Director of VTB Bank, Dmitry Snesser, Director of Business Group on Electronic Trade and Logistical Services of Yandex, Daniil Shuleiko, founder of the service for Walsh rent of scooters, Dmitry Walsh, Director General for Management of Transport of Dubai, Mattar Al-Muhammad, Attire, moderator of the dialogue, journalist, TV presenter and economic reviewer of Russia 24, Alexandra Suvorova. Colleagues, good afternoon. To due reasons, we do not have many people in our room, and main viewers will be online. As it has been announced, our session is that how successful transformation will become. Certainly today, largest cities changed significantly their road transport, so as citizens of the city will be more comfortable and reaching from point A to B quicker and faster. Moscow is in top 10 cities where we may conveniently, comfortably come, and in the same list we have Singapore, New York, Singapore, and other larger cities of the world. The Russian capital selected the construction of circular road and others, and the merging of the different transports into a single system. And besides, specialty is very important. Today we will answer the question what needs to be done in the large cities so as it is easier, more comfortable to live in and move. And besides, we will not set aside the pandemic of coronavirus, which made changes to all spheres of the life. Maxim, let's start with you. Now, common question. During the last 10 years, we remember very well what was the transport of Moscow at that time in 2010? What changed? First of all, as I think approach of the city changed how city transport functions. If I work quite long in the government of Moscow from 2011, and I lived in Moscow quite long before that, and transport was certain attribute of the city, and it has been considered the transport need to be. And the transport which fulfills important task to transport people, and most important was interest of citizens, Muscovites, for whom transportation is organized. And according to my view, this is most important transformation, which at least myself and my team do, and we try to implement it in life. And if shortly, this is transformation, how we understand that this is service which the city must render to Muscovite, and this transport has been need to be maximum comfortable, as it's shown in my presentation. So what specifically changed during these 10 years? Because I think many remember yellow minibuses traveling, and I do not forget remembering parking places and so on. So thank you. I would like to greet once again our friends and colleagues. First of all, Mr. Mezgani, with whom we worked many years together, and I want to say many thanks to him for many years' work and assistance given by International Union of Public Transport, given to Moscow regarding consultation and approaches and international experience, which we try to use always. I'm very upset that colleagues are not with us, but I'm convinced the pandemic will come to the end, and then we will meet in Moscow, and we will stay together and communicate. On slide which is presented, I would like to say a couple of words about how transformation took place, how city transport changed, and what happened during the last 10 years. As I have said in the beginning, one of the key issues which changed, this is the transport. If earlier in no way was not related with Muscovites, he worked separately, metro, road transport, enormous number of minibuses were used, which are not more in Moscow. All this worked under slogan Kunwa, everyone is for himself. Every person has been selecting his own way of transport in the city. Enormous number of advertising were hanged in the road, in the metro, and this advertising was a topic of many jokes. This all fooled this area. It was multicolor. It was not comfortable at all, and it was pushing people aside. And many people thought we need to leave uncomfortable city transport as quick as possible, buy personal car, and forget this forever. So for this reason, what we started doing from the very beginning, change the system, understanding that transport is the blood vessel of the megapolis. So without its change, any city like megapolises Moscow and others will degrade, it will not develop, it will push people aside, and it is not comfortable living in it. So for this reason, transport, as it has been said by Moscow mayor, it was among three main problems for Muscovites, and for this reason, one of the priorities given by the new government of Moscow, cardinal change of the transport system. What we did first, so as to solve the problem in the shortest time and at least change it, what we did, we started viewing the transport system as something single, and putting in more focus onto passenger and changing the system at the same time in all vectors. In 2010, we had 172 Moscow metro stations, enormous number of illegal taxi drivers, many yellow minibuses. It was quite easy to stop a taxi, raising just hand, and about car sharing and rent of the car was not nobody thinking about it. Accordingly, what we did, what we tried to change. We started constructing central transport metro, and during 10 years, number of stations increased by 50%, including central circular roads, and we made the complete reform of road transport, completely refusing from minibuses, and we obliged to transport everybody with road transport using singular standards, singular tariffs, preserving all we changed all kinds of road transport, rolling stock, started buying new metro cars. Many changes took place. Another important thing, walkable areas, length of these areas increased by 230 times. I am not mistaken. Areas where anyone can move comfortably increased by 2,030 times. The important task is decreasing emergency situations on roads. We did much, decreasing 2 times mortality on Moscow roads. Regarding security of Moscow transport, Moscow is #1 in the Russian Federation, but we have to do so as mortality comes to 0. And President of the Russian Federation adopted a decree where he stressed that it is necessary to go for that all cities in the Russian Federation need to go to 0 mortality on roads. And today Moscow tries to correspond to this requirement. But much to be done, and we have enormous plans how to change and what to change. So for this reason, as you said correctly, we have certain evaluation of our own efforts, international agencies, including McKinsey's, which allocated to Moscow #1 regarding actual time for waiting for Moscow, where we have the highest movement of Moscow transport, and much work has been done, and certainly, as I said, much need to be done in future. At the same time, reliability of transport from 2010 became much higher. Number of failures at all kinds of transport decreased by 10 times approximately. So what I would like to say regarding security of the road transport, important indicator, and one of them, one of the largest problems in Moscow, in large cities, as far as I know, this mortality on roads in view of high speed. You know that Moscow government is staying for decreasing speed limits in cities, and today's indicator is 20 kilometers per hour. And a large number of experts in city, independent experts, consider that namely in cities and towns, this undefined measure need to be taken, because this solution will save tens and thousands, hundreds of thousands lives. So for this reason, this is a very important thing, which I'm convinced finally will be solved, as it has been done in majority of countries and cities in the world and in megapolises. As of today, fulfilling the task, so as the city, we have transport which may be relied upon. Regarding reliability and fulfilling the timetable, it is important to be done, and today's road transport in Moscow by 98% fulfills timetable. If a bus or electrobus goes along a dedicated line, and by this, on account of taxi, goes during 4 minutes into the customer, and we consider that these solutions and fulfill adherence to timetable, this all in general, Moscow-wide economizes 125 hours a year. Actually, this is 5 days of additional leave given to every citizen moving on public transport, receiving small leave which did not exist earlier. This is a large figure if you can present it in this colorful way, as I said. And we will also continue increasing movement velocity of the movement. We try to, by 2030, decreasing in the average time of movement in public transport, especially in rush hours in Moscow, as compared to 2010. This is a large task which need to be solved together. Regarding affordability of the transport, just shortly, as of today, transport of the city, we consider, is working efficiently regarding transportation of passengers, and this means the creation and development of infrastructure, rail transport, which fulfills the largest function of transportation in the city. It allows more and more covering the transport and making it more and more affordable. Starting from 2010, 3 million of people received transport very close to residence places. You can imagine this: approximately 2 towns like Novosibirsk received rail transport actually not far from its home. This is an enormous figure. I may say that even during pandemic conditions, last year and this year, we will open. Last year we opened 7 stations of metro. This year we are going to open approximately 7 or 8 metro stations. This indicator, and we will repair and open approximately 15 suburban railway stations. If we speak about need, about approach which need to be in the city transport, this is ticketing and affordability, financial affordability. I think that we will speak about it together with colleagues from financial bloc, moreover with VTB Bank. All ticketing system functions, and I may say that namely financial affordability of the city transport is one of the most important indicators, and Moscow is the city where city transport maybe is affordable to all residents with no exclusion. Regarding development of sharing services, Moscow became among top cities in the world. We will find the largest sharing of cars and large number of shared bicycles, and new service which started recently, which has non-singular position by view of different citizens, sharing of e-scooters, and MRS is the founder and owner of the largest network of e-scooters. He will say something about this, but no doubt that this mobility is future. For this, we need to support this segment, understanding that safety is very acute, and we understand that this task is understood and felt by people who functions with this service. One of the largest projects with which we will implement, this requires time, but the result for sure will be positive, is our project of Green Circle, which will link with the bicycle lanes of all largest parts of Moscow. This is a normal project requiring 3.5 years for implementation, but regarding scope and the possibility for riding bicycle is one of the largest projects in Moscow, in Europe. And electrical transport, besides 600 electrical buses which we have every year, we buy approximately 600 electric buses. And as of today, the largest battery of electric buses in Europe, and mayor of the city took a decision so as starting from the current year we will no more continue buying ordinary buses except for transport of passengers in special times, and main park will be filled by electrical transport, and we plan also to establish approximately 20 charging stations for privately owned transport, so as personal transport, privately owned transport shifts to electrical move. And here we have awards and where we are both with success in the transport area. We are private with that. Enormous work of all team of Moscow Transport is there, and we have rewards for ticketing, for parking places, for walkability, for work on World Championship and many other things. And I may say that many European cities as of today use our experience and actively is required so as implement many things at their towns. At the same time, we look onto other megapolises of the world, onto work of International Union of Public Transport, which is presented by Mr. Mizgani, and also as to use their experience and developments so as city and citizens get most efficient experience checked by experience of other cities. Shortly about 5 priorities, as we call them, in work of Moscow Transport. First priority, this is transport which need to trust Muscovites and visitors of the city, and without electric transport you may not construct the future and you may not provide transport. So the trust is very important. We understand it that if a mother sends a son into school and he uses a city transport, she understands that bringing him to Moscow station, then a child will go by himself. This is the trust. And for this reason, we construct this enormous system for security, control, comfort, and predictability of work of city transport. Second priority, this is affordability of the city transport. This is, first of all, availability of large infrastructure near your house in 5 minutes walk. This is a requirement recognized internationally. If you come out from your house and during 20 minutes you come to the metro station or to the stop of the city transport which moves along a dedicated line, it brings you to the central part, or a suburban train working in the metro principle. This is 20-minute affordability need to be provided, and our task is by 2030, 95% of Muscovites have this affordability. As third, transport comfort. Without comfort, we know we will not use such service if we do not feel comfortable, if we don't like it, if we do not feel yourself being in the car of a metro, that people who designed it, they do not understand what they are doing, they feel the needs of the passengers, and without this feeling, city transport may not function successfully. So for this reason, one of the tasks, this increasing number of passenger seats, if we mention figures, we added together with all our colleagues from construction complex, 17 million new passenger places during 24 hours, creating suburban transport. 4 priorities, security and safety. City transport need to be safe compared to anything else. For example, if we speak that every minute during work days, Moscow Metro transport approximately 1.5 million people every minute. And this is an enormous number of people, comparable with the size of average European city. So we must provide safety and security of every passenger. Today, we may say that in metro is much more safer than in any street. If you are in metro, chance to be in an accident is 25 times less than in any other street of Moscow. On top, this is large work, first of all, by police, system of video observation, geometry system, and certainly work of our people responsible for safety and security. And fifth priority, this is simplicity in use, so as it is comfortable, easy to use city transport, including those who do this rare or the first time. For this reason, we developed an ecosystem related to payment and easy navigation, understanding how you may easily use city transport. So for this reason, payment of ride in any city transport or look for itinerary using simplest interface of mobile phone. These are tasks which are solving now and we have to solve in future. And the last, my slide from my presentation, shortly about future, how we see the tasks which we have to solve right now and in the short perspective. The project which we are convinced are able to launch this year, by the way, with the large support given by our colleagues and partners from VTB Bank, this is a possibility to pay for transport in metro using biometric passport. So any passenger need only to have a look into camera available in the passing point. You make a link of your Troika pass or banking card, and the road will be open for you as soon as you are seen. This will take several seconds, even less. So approximately not touching anything, you will go ahead using this biometrical system. And I have to stress that our plan is in large format, need to be launched this year. And second system which we are willing to launch, this is mobility service. This is a large project which is given to many tasks of this world when you can build up your itinerary using one application, and it shows your itinerary using different kinds of transport. This is a sharing of bicycles, scooters, taxi, where you may pay all this trip from A to B by one click on your mobile phone in one mobile application. We also plan to implement it before the end of this year. And separately, I see that I have no time at all, just 1 minute, applying hydrogen fuel. Tomorrow we plan to sign large agreement with one of Russian manufacturers of cars with which we work quite long, and another Russian company which is doing seriously with high-tech solutions, including transport, getting in Moscow bus using hydrogen fuel, and ideally this fuel, usual water, as a transition period, we shall have hydrogen filled into a canister, and we consider that the future is for this kind of transport, and Moscow must to be in the forehead of this movement. And we count that in the forthcoming 2 years, hydrogen buses, in case of solving issues related to certifying, may start working under city conditions. So for this reason, I'm willing to say that we are very much interested in proposals, views, comments from citizens, professional experts, and expert society in our work. So we are always, we stay in touch, Telegram. We have chat book, write to us. We have to be 24 hours affordable. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank Thanks a lot. I think that based on Maxim's presentation, we would like to have some suggestions. So, Mr. Mazgani, what do you think about these innovations? What do you think? Is there anything that you would like to add or change?
Thank you very much. Thank you first for inviting me to participate in this session with such distinguished speakers. I'm happy actually to be back to Moscow Urban Forum, though virtually, and to share views on behalf of UITP. So UITP is the Global Public Transport Association representing 1,800 companies and public authorities in 100 countries. And I would like, of course, to thank, and I am happy to see Mr. Maxim Liksutov, with whom we have been collaborating for many years, and to see all the initiatives progressing in Moscow and the projects progressing in Moscow in the field of urban mobility. Regarding the innovation, I think one of the innovations mentioned by Maxim Liksutov is about mass mobility as a service. And I would like to maybe to come back on that. So mobility as a service is the integration of and access to different transport services in one single digital mobility offer. And this digital mobility offer puts active mobility, means walking and cycling, and efficient public transport system as its basis. Actually, mass mobility as a service is a tailor-made service which suggests the most suitable solutions based on the user's travel needs. So the objective of mass, the ultimate objective of mass, is to enable mobility without having to own a car. And I think this is very important, that when we develop mass, we have this in mind. I am happy to see that this is also one of the objectives pursued by the city of Moscow. This means that mass must be aligned with the public policy goals. It must steer the travel behaviors into more sustainable modes for the benefit of all. And regarding mass, I would like to say that mass is a tool. It's not a policy in itself. And it's a tool, so it's a platform, it's a software. So we need to make sure the hardware is powerful enough and performing well. And that hardware is the mobility network, the infrastructure, the transport services that are available for the user. So in other words, mass will only succeed if it has mass public transport as its backbone. So if we want to play with the words, we can say there is no mass without mass public transport. And the more mobility services are covered by mass, besides public transport, the better is. And those services are, of course, operated by public or private stakeholders. It doesn't matter. What's important is that they are accessible and open to us. So and one objective of mass, as I said, is to reduce the individual use of cars. Not to say to reduce the ownership of cars by encouraging public transport, walking, cycling, and shared mobility as well. So it means it will have a lot of positive impacts on traffic congestion, on air pollution, on greenhouse gas emissions, but also on improving road safety, health also through active mobility, because we know those who use public transport walk much more than those who use their cars. Mass will improve the accessibility also by offering the right mobility solution at the right place and time and according to the purpose of the trip. So it's a way really to make mobility tailor-made. And one last aspect about mass is that it should be able to help public authorities solve the issues surrounding the use of urban space, the use of public space. So mass should help allocate the use of public space between the modes and between the people in an efficient, sustainable, and equitable manner. So to conclude, I would say mass is about looking to mobility from the perspective of the travelers. At the end, it's about moving people and not cars. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Mrs. Bolt, what do you think, in your opinion, what would you recommend to Moscow in terms of transport development from the point of view of other capitals in Europe?
Well, there is nothing I can demand, and I'm very happy to be here to share thoughts and experiences, and I think it's really very crucial time that we think globally together and then act really locally to the best possible, in the best possible way. What I've heard was really a lot. What I would certainly add is that today's challenges are in a big need for systemic approach. So we do have elements that we can develop independently, but they have to fit together. And that applies to transport as well. And that is an experience that we've seen everywhere, that you can pour a lot of investments into new technologies, into new business models. But if you don't have a big picture, and if you don't know how all this will come together, many of these can get lost in addressing some individual needs, which then don't capitalize on the value creation for a general population. So maybe at this point, I can use also an invitation. The transport is just one of the businesses, and it also is a subject of some huge megatrends that are happening around us. And I would invite everyone that we jointly really pay attention to the megatrends that impact transport from the outside, and then go really deep and is transforming it, either we want it or not, because transport is just one element of the larger ecosystem, of the larger society. So one of them is certainly this sort of paradigm that is hanging above our heads, showing us that we might be more into a more than just a small social transformation. We might be actually facing civilizational transformation, because all these industrial revolutions and also society 5.0 are lacking to address the real challenges, no matter how much money we pour into digitalization, into automatization, into even bigger, if you want, space explorations. We are not solving the most basic challenges with which the Earth is daily has to deal with. For example, the pollution, for example, the poverty, for example, more and more social isolation, especially in the cities. And transport can be a very interesting tool, actually, to help us to address these challenges. For example, if we take a look at the quality of life and overpopulation in the cities, these are sort of challenging each other. And since pandemic is today a very common word used, we need to take a look at the last maybe 20,000, 30,000 years, and we will see that many civilizations came down due to the pandemic or due to the climate change. And one of the reasons was that the cities were poorly managed, that there was overpopulation, that there was too much congestions, and then the health issues started to emerge. So transport, we see, is in a way a victim of all that very quickly, even though we're all talking and we all agree that public transport is a solution. But if we don't join forces with the health sector and really stimulate also a green transport, stimulate also ecosystem-based solutions, you know, when pandemic hits, who was the biggest victim in the first couple of months? Public transport, because everybody kind of stayed at home and was afraid to take a public transportation. So what I'm trying to say is that there is interconnectivity and there is lots of intertwining elements in the society that have to work together, and transport has to make an effort and get out of the cocoon and really work with other sectors very closely in order to have a sustainable solutions. Another one that, of course, I need to point out, which is a global trend, is energy. And energy is today very much associated with the pollution. And I'm not claiming that, gas or oil is only polluting. I'm claiming that we haven't done enough, that they are not polluting, that they would not pollute. You know, we are not investing in the right technologies. So on one hand, some countries are strong in alternative natural sources of energy that are sustainable and renewable. But on the other hand, even those countries that have natural resources like oil and gas, they have not been front runners for more proactive filters that could prevent the pollution of our societies, our cities, our technological solutions. So I think there is a time that we need to make a step back and just look at the challenges we're facing out of the box. And really start cooperating on all levels in order to have a chance as a society and as a civilization to live in 100 years' time a prosperous and inclusive life, which doesn't look that encouraging today. Another big trend that was mentioned a couple of times is, of course, also the safety and security. With more digitalization pouring into mobility, we are, of course, developing also a bigger exposure to risks, security risks. And not only that, it has to serve to improve safety. My colleagues already mentioned Vision Zero, which is one of the most important social goals that we can put forward in transport, to have a Vision Zero, which means no fatalities by 2050 on any European road. You know what the statistics are today, they're horrifying. We lose more than 3,600 children every day, not a year, but every day around the world. We're putting so much effort in order to create a healthy and sort of inclusive societies, and that, you know, we are so neglecting one of the core issues that is causing a foam and pain of the family for the entire lifespan. Because if you lose somebody in car accidents, you don't forget in a week. You are damaged for life. So Vision Zero is, in a safety level, of course, one of the most important ones. And let's join forces under the UN umbrella and under Special Envoy for Road Safety. I think Jean-Claude is doing an incredibly good job trying to bring the world together and put this on the agenda. And the same applies to security. We have this incredible opportunity now to actually launch a completely new sector of mobility, which is urban aviation space and urban aviation mobility that comes along with it. But without a really good security systems, this will be impossible. So that's why I put that as one of the important megatrends that will impact the development of transport. We have all technology available. You know, EU has been testing this for the last 6-7 years very successfully, but security issue is the biggest challenge. And of course, the emergence of global communities. How will these large cities and including mobility really manage well global communities? The emergence of something that has not existed before, but it's becoming stronger and stronger. And it's pushing for transparency, it's pushing for trust, it's pushing for do what feels right, and then include local level, local communities, cities, and even rural area into this bigger systemic solution through the authenticity and very specific characteristics that the local levels have. But while I'm saying that, there are certain tools that can really help transport to keep up with all these global trends and global challenges. And of course, one is this green push in technology, in management, and especially in the field of energies and new propulsion systems. But I'd like to spend a little bit on digital. I have a few more minutes left, and follow up where Mohammed left on mobility as a service. Mobility as a service is a pretty large challenge. It's a great concept, but it requires a lot of digital efforts. And keep in mind what I said about that previously. It requires also, in order to keep the competitive markets alive, a lot of open APIs, which we are, you know, this is the biggest challenge right now globally, because global corporations, of course, want to have them closed, and they don't want to open them up to create global monopolies. So that's one thing to really look for, that the APIs stay open, and that we can deliver vertical and horizontal integration throughout an open space. In that case, we will be constantly able to integrate innovative new solutions that usually come from all over, from different sectors and from different stakeholders, and of course keep the transport as a front runner of the needs that people have. The other thing is also traffic management. Traffic management in the digital world will have to be systemic, will have to cover and include all types of transport in order to be what, of course, users want, integrated, seamless, and offer point-to-point, door-to-door solution. It is great to see that autonomous concepts are moving forward, and I think we will see them in public services sooner than we think, especially in a sense of taxi, and especially on a service on demand issue, which mass is all about, that you don't send an empty bus to take 2 passengers, but that you know that there are only 2 passengers waiting, and you send a smaller vehicle to bring them from point A to point B. So micromobility here plays a crucial role, but most of the old cities, they have no space to expand micromobility. We see how many troubles we have with these electric scooters. You know, the passengers don't want, the pedestrians don't want them on pedestrian lanes. The bikers don't want them on the biking lanes. And of course, cars and buses don't want them in the bus and car lanes. So where do we put them? They are all over the place, and we have more and more accidents. So this is something that, of course, we need to address. It's easy to do it in a new city, where you put the city together from scratch, but especially in Europe and in the old world, the cities are old and they have a very limited space. So that's another consideration, and that is where transport has to work together with city designers, with architects, mobility, space designers, in order to encounter for these needs. We will see more and more.
Ms. Bolt, I'm sorry, Ms. Bolt. I'm sorry, we have restricted time. And we would also like to speak to our other colleagues. Thank you very much.
Let me finish, please.
Yes, of course.
Will be the ones who will take the life forward, also for the transport. So focus on intelligent nodes, focus on people-focused needs, not on wishes, but on needs, and cooperate with other sectors as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So now let us decide what has been said by Ms. Bulk. In the very beginning, Mr. Leksutov said that it is necessary to have feedback with citizens of the city. So let us talk how Muscovites take part actively in the life of the city. Dmitry, first question to you. How do you think, what would you change in the city from transport point of view? What is lacking? I think 2 things are lacking. I'm not Muscovite from my deep roots. I came just recently, and I would like to live until times when I may send my children into school, put them into a bus or a metro, and I do not care about their future. But unfortunately, this is not the issue to Moscow government, but to our society in general. Second thing, which corresponds with what is discussed now, inclusion of territories which are outside Moscow and into benefits may be given by Moscow. 100 kilometers from Moscow, you may come using quick road. I have spoken with a taxi driver how it happened that you may quickly go. He said, I don't know, but this is the best thing which may happen. 80% of people work in Madrid and come back to the home 20 minutes time less paid to the road. It would be good if mobility of cities and areas surrounding Moscow may increase on account of quick traffic. Not maybe metro as it is in Moscow, but request to federal government. But this is quite costly thing, but it will pay it back, no doubt, and both for Muscovites and people coming to work in Moscow. How this may be solved? This may be solved solved the area of velocity and speed more and more makes influence onto our life. Many of those whom I know said they do not use privately owned cars because it happened they come to a metro station, station of central diameter, they may come much quicker and easier to the working place, or a person who earlier used his privately owned car, sometimes with a personal driver, he shifted to city transport because economy sometimes 2.5, 3 times less in time. If hookup of quick transport Moscow and Moscow suburbs is very important because daily travels of Muscovites into suburbs and from suburbs into Moscow on daily basis, they have stable character. So for this reason, project of central diameters partly will solve this problem because we need to, it works according to the standard of metro with high velocity and short time distance between trains coming and leaving. And this project is we have only 2 diameters, but we'll have in future 5. So Moscow, those who live in Moscow region may easily come to Moscow and back to their place. And this will solve, or maybe solved only by rail transport. This is our one of our priorities. This requires time, but we count that before the end of 2023, a project of 5 diameters will be implemented. Dmitry, do you have more to add? I may not forget the story of scooters being a walker and doing Moscow jogging. I would like to scooters be taken away from squares and streets of Moscow. Question to another Dmitry, question about scooters. What do you think? Especially in the internet and mass media, there are so many people staying against electric scooters and because they say security is very important. What do you think? How this may happen that scooters are there and safety is there? In fact, the story is scooters are now in a quite negative, suspended way. I would like to minimize the problem. In fact, there are some problems related to infrastructure in many cities is lacking, not only in Russia, all over the world. Maybe Moscow, like a leader of all this movement, and infrastructure is much more developed, and infrastructure has been constructed before scooters appeared, and bicycles and bicycle lanes starting from 2014. We have more than 3,000 parking places for bicycles. It continues developing. Moscow makes bicycle lanes. This year, only 62 kilometers has been introduced in Moscow. Much more will be constructed in the nearest future. And Moscow is going much ahead, and bicycle lanes are made on top of existing roads. So this is an issue of regulating where electric scooter and walker may stay and should stay. This is very efficient transport covering needs regarding velocity, cheapness, allowing taking short trips quite quickly and efficiently. And we see, according to our statistics, that people use this actively. In Moscow, for example, in fact, we have 68% of trips are made by using transport scenarios. This, and in many things, the policy is that it is directed to support of this kind of mobility and further development in future. So we are very thankful to Moscow that much has been made, and we hope that this experience will be scaled onto other cities of our country. I'm willing to add, we have much statistics when quite certain scope of negative feelings against scooters are directed against the scooters. Together with colleagues from law enforcement agencies, we collected statistics during several months of work of electric scooters, and it happened that only 8% out of 100% of all traffic accidents which took place in Moscow with scooters, only 8% of them, they are accidents made by shared scooters. 92% happened of accidents when a resident of Moscow rides a scooter and he becomes a member of an accident. The problem is there, but we are dealing with this problem, and people need to be acquainted and get used to this kind of transport. And issue of infrastructure is very important, and we, together with colleagues, will make separate lines for bicycles. Once again, only 8% are shared electric scooters, and 82 electric scooters are privately owned. So these need to be taken into account using reasonable thinking. For many things, this is like a trip, but for 70% of trips which are made using shared e-scooters, this is an important segment of city transport which for sure need to be developed. And at this stage, a very attentive attitude and clear attitude need to be given on daily basis. Dmitry, do you have to add something? Thank you for detailing. In sharing, it is important to understand. Scooter is everything, starting from three wheels scooter with electrical scooters riding with 110 kilometers per hour. So this collision will be soon solved. And this transport needs to determine clearly what is a scooter and what is a bicycle. We use low-power electric scooters riding only 25 kilometers per hour. Only in sharing companies we may control where a scooter is there. 50% of zones in Moscow, we have automatic limiting of the velocity of the electrical scooter. And in fact, according to statistics of our services, we have only singular cases of accidents, and they are not massive. There are cases related with privately owned scooters, when a man or woman has been riding electrical scooter, riding very quickly. Dmitry, would you like to add or change something? It seems to me that in Moscow, the public transport develops very efficiently, and the story related with electric transport is very good, that dedicated lines are being constructed, and practically I always use a scooter. It is very comfortable to travel in Moscow. And another forum need to be if speed limits are abolished. But so we need more and more bicycle lanes, and if we succeed in solving the problem of public transport, public transport is good for long rides. In Moscow, an average trip is 15 kilometers. Very often we use public transport to go on to quite long distances. If we are able to solve it for riding longer distances quicker, especially during rush hours, to making loads onto main loads is very important. Do you use personally an electrical scooter? Quite actively. And as Dmitry, I was not born in Moscow. I was born in Bolshoi Kamensky settlement. When I settled in Moscow, I admired it. I like it very much. And I always say to my friends that in summertime, Moscow is the best city in the world. I use electrical scooter, but honestly saying, quite seldom. I ride to jog. And but on working days, I do not have much time for this. Days off, I try to stay with my family. What would you like to change or add something? I have been sitting and thinking that it is important for all of us to talk to each other more often, because we have many common stories. Earlier there was mentioned Forum Promax, when we are partners and VTB is a partner, and the dialogue is arranged. We have a story with the VTB Bank when for couriers of all our services like Yandex Eat, Yandex Meal, we from our side, on our account, we with funding from VTB, they use the electric scooters, and we determine where bicycles are lacking, and then we add the additional parking places jointly with the city, and becomes more comfortable. It is important to look how here for this project we need 1 year or 2 years, and last year a unique event took place, pandemic, which forced us to go during a year, a project which ordinarily takes place during 2 or 3 years. If ordinary earlier delivery services functioned quite efficiently, and it has been used from time to time, but now for many citizens it becomes a basis of consumption. For myself, for example, yesterday I discussed with my colleague from VTB Bank, and he asked me, when you last time went to a shop? I was not able to remember. Last time I went to a shop walking several months ago. Quite occasionally I order everything through delivery, and this will happen with all of us, and we need to change not our services but for transport as well. And during 2 sessions we discussed that number of couriers would continue growing, and number of walks of ourselves will continue going down. This is the task which will be interesting to discuss with my colleagues, and we need to make more and more comfort for all of us. Or about electrical scooters, which are very often hated, but some things need to be changed. For example, my daughter rides a scooter. It is not electric, but even at that time she needs to be governed and monitored. Certainly, if a scooter is able to ride 100 kilometers per hour, this is too much. When car sharing appeared in the beginning, during half a year, everybody has been saying, wow, incredible. Then first accident took place, and then this car sharing started to be hated, demonized, and then during many years everybody is sharing vehicles. When you start hearing word scooter, this is necessary to be distinguished. Is it electrical or driven by legs? What is the maximum velocity? So we need to find a solution. Many thanks. We have 10 minutes before the end of our session. Maxim, what has been made in Moscow transport, and Moscow is not an exception. What needs to be done in Moscow transport? First, I am willing to say that many thanks to all my colleagues who, under conditions of first time, when many did not know what to do, there were no vaccines, no understandable treatment solution, coming to working places, traveling in Moscow nor in other transport companies did not know. They said we are afraid of traveling, we are willing to work on a remote basis, and really this needs to be well understood. Second moment, this is all city system, mayor of the town took a decision that transport will not stop traveler working. It means that 200,000 people working in the transport system of Moscow, they were receiving wages and tried to take care of them, rendering them different kinds of help, giving them occasion for providing personal sanitary services, and basic block of work which added to our ordinary duties by 100 times. We increased the quantity of works related to purifying and cleaning of everything touched by passengers, and we introduced as quick as possible changing many algorithms of contactless payment for travels in cars, making it simpler and easier. And moreover, all these regulations, which were developed, by the way, with large supports by the International Union of Public Transport, we conducted a number of conferences using minimum or maximum experience of other cities and countries, so as to incorporate this into Moscow. These harsh conditions continue to be in place, and we continue developing it and processing, and a large set of sanitizers which are established in metro is the largest network in the world, when any passenger may free of charge come and sanitize hands. According to doctors' view, this is a sufficient method for protection against coronavirus, because masks need to be worn during all times, especially being in transport. So for this reason, all these harsh regulations and requirements, enormous number of checks, which we went through together with the Rospotrebnadzor, who checked all our stations and services. No time, even single case has been revealed as found to be a place to relocate virus. So before us, the system continue operating well. It will be continue working as much as necessary, so as city transport operates efficiently. Moreover, during lockdown of all city stops of buses and so on, we're asking why you wash and clean stops. Stops of public transport, if are not cleaned, will lead to the fact that all life will stop. You will not come no to the shop, no to your working place. So for this reason, public transport continue working under harsh standards, and our employees who do not have counter indications, they are vaccinated. I did it myself, and I'm convinced that we will sustain and continue working this hard time where we are now. Thanks. We have only one video direction how in Dubai struggled with this problem.
To foster and drive the economic growth. I would like to highlight here some of our key success factors. Number one is easy and rapid communication with the leadership. Number two, merging all functions related to transportation under the umbrella of the RTA. Number three, adopting the agency model to expedite the delivery of all the transportation and roads related projects. And number four, continuous investment in infrastructure even during economic recessions. An example is meeting the committed operational date of Dubai Metro on 9/9/2009 in just 4 years, and despite the 2008 global economic crisis. Guided by our initial vision, safe and smooth transport for all, we implemented an integrated transportation plan which focused on advancing our public transport system and implementing a number of measures to reduce the dependency on private cars. These measures include road tolls and parking control. Over the last 15 years, we have managed to increase the mode share of public transport from all trips by 200%, from 6% in 2006 to 18% 2019. Some other success stories include expansion of the public transport bus fleet from around 600 buses in 2006 to over 1,700 buses in 2020. Number two, increasing the cycling track network from 10 kilometers in 2006 to over 460 kilometers in 2020. Our plan also is to increase the network to around 750 kilometers in 5 years, positioning Dubai within the top bicycle-friendly cities. 3, reducing road accident fatalities from 22 per 100,000 population in 2006 to 1.8 in 2020. In addition to transportation projects, RTA was asked to deliver a number of major infrastructure projects. A project of major significance for me personally as a civil engineer was the delivery of the Dubai Water Canal. The project was extremely complex as it had to pass under the central Sheikh Zayed corridor, the main highway of Dubai. This meant that we had to construct the water canal under a live 8 by 8 lanes highway and metro line without impacting the operation of these transport modes and without interruption to traffic movement. In October 2021, Dubai will be hosting Expo 2020 exhibition. RTA is responsible for providing and managing all the mobility and parking requirements of the event. This includes managing traffic and crowd movements to and from Expo, utilizing the world's largest integrated transportation management centers. Number 2, also they will be managing 30,000 car parks at the Expo site, and 3, operating the 15-kilometer metro link and 7 stations built to serve the Expo 2020 site and its surrounding developments. In 2020, we updated our vision to the world leader in seamless and sustainable mobility. Guided this vision, we constantly scan the horizon for the latest and best technologies, business models, and new modes of mobility. RTA has also collaborated with the private sector for many projects and has a plan for more collaborations in the future. With regards to your second part of the questions related to the urban development, Dubai recently approved the Urban Master Plan 2040. The plan concentrates on human-centric and sustainable mobility concepts through the creation of 5 main urban centers in the city and through the adoption of the 20-minute city concept to provide more than 80% of people needs within the 20 minutes of walking or cycling. This requires, of course, requires us to focus more on public transport, walking and cycling, first and last mile modes and solutions. As this time is short, I will summarize by saying that in the last 15 years, RTA has established almost $40 billion of transport-related assets. I would like to conclude by a statement that summarizes a few words the approach of Dubai leadership and work team. The future is to be made, not waited for. We believe the importance of supporting and implementing innovative ideas. Thank you. We look forward to more collaborations with world leaders and partnerships in transportation technologies and new business models.
A couple of questions, Dmitry, regarding pandemic. What push may be given from point of view of development of new digital services in area of transport? I thought sitting, and it seems to me that transport city of Moscow, it was much more prepared to pandemic rather than any city in Russia, because services which colleagues, including with our help, launched, they were focused on comfort and convenience, and accordingly payment of traveling includes also comfort and use. For example, we much mention and we travel without many credit cards or plastic cards. I'm always irritated once you start using. You need to find necessary card. This requires time, and Maxim mentioned it about virtual Troika card, which is now being loaded and may be loaded onto mobile phones on Android basis. And this is 3 years before pandemic. Colleagues decided to implement because they were thinking about the convenience, and this convenience allowed and will allow also to avoid contact, and colleagues practically refuse from cash payment for travel. It is very minimal, and payment by banking card is contact-free. Banking cards allowed due to transport system of processing allowed creating virtual ticket, providing soundless travel in city. This was all done a long time before pandemic. A next step in evolution of transport system and processing will be mobility of the service, because it will allow doing all payments and tarification, including dynamic for individual travels of a specific passenger. And I would like to stress that from point of view of transport solutions and processing and payment, Moscow is in an avant-garde of, and with our help, and did sampled system which may be large-scaled all over the country. Many thanks. And shortly to you, you mentioned that because of pandemic, enormous push has been given to having more couriers. What changes in electronic commerce takes place, and how transport system need to change. E-commerce takes place on daily basis. This is early. It was very small some 10 years ago, and the largest share in retail. This is foodstuff. In online delivery in 2015, 0.some% from all this turnover. This is obvious that it will continue growing, and the world knows examples when share of online is 10, 15, somewhere even more percentage of delivery. So all calories which we used to buy in shops are delivered to your house, and we will come to it sooner or later. This will happen during 2, 3, maybe 4 years, and we will forget how we lived earlier. This will change not only how couriers come, and we may forget even how shops look like inside. Tanuki or McDonald's or other restaurants, they started changing because they use many couriers. Couriers may sit waiting for orders. Even restaurants started changing and shops started changing. We would not like to sit in Moscow where we will see same number of people waiting for delivery. Everything will change. It will be interesting to observe. Many thanks, and I think that by this, take into account hard timetable of our plenary session came to the end, and take into account changes taking place in the place. We'll see many new things from transport point of view in Moscow. Many thanks to you.
Уважаемые участники форума.
Dear participants, now this is the time of a dialogue. The age of meteor showers. Will this architecture era last? Speakers. The chief architect of Moscow city, Sergei Kuznetsov. The creator of Dale Architects, Ian Gale. Director of Zaha Hadid Architects, Patrick Schumacher. The moderator, the Chief of Architecture and Design School, Executive Director of Pritzker Award, Martha Thorn.
Welcome. It's a great honor and privilege to be here with you this afternoon. And I hope that we have a very engaging and insightful discussion. I have no doubt about that, considering who our speakers are. And as you know, the subject of star architects or star architecture is one that we love to debate. We have very different opinions about it. But it's always top of mind. Will star architects continue in the future? Does this time, right now, the 21st century and post-COVID or COVID time, signal a big transformation in the field? In our world, which is more and more globalized and more urbanized, what is the role of the architect in the future? How do we deal with our cities? Is the star architect evolving? And what about technology? How has this contributed to the change in the field of architecture and the profession? And to what extent have star architects defined star cities? So it's my pleasure to welcome today the chief architect of Moscow, a dear friend, Sergei Kuznetsov, Jan Gell, the founder of Gell Architects, who's coming to us on screen from Europe, and also a dear friend, Patrick Schumacher, principal of Zaha Hadid Architects. I'd like to start by asking our speakers to please make a brief introduction. And Mr. Kuznetsov, you've been chief architect of Moscow, this incredible city, for about 10 years. And during that time, I'm sure you have seen the city transform itself, and I'm sure you have been involved in much of the transformation. That's not an easy job, and it must have many supporters and many critics. Zaryadeh Park, this concept, the place that we are today, is the result of a competition. I remember coming at that time when the jury met and the debates and the discussions about the city. And this park was developed by a team led by Diller, Scofidio, and Renfro. And of course, we know them for the High Line in New York City, which is one example of urban transformation that's made its way around the world. But again, here in Moscow, it's transformed this part of the city and perhaps the city as in total. And then there have been other projects by other famous architects, Renzo Piano, Zaha Hadid, and others. But when you look to the future, Sergei, what do you see? How will Moscow's redevelopment projects develop in the future? Is it possible to talk about super projects, super architects, star architects? Please give us your thoughts.
Okay, can I go with presentation, yes?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Спасибо. Я сразу хотел бы Марту поблагодарить.
Yes, thank you. I would like to thank you, Martha, for remind me this work that was so important for us, and it was the beginning of our way, and this was this place where this forum is organized. So Martha was the part of the team, and thank you, Martha, for her support and for her work that she did for this project. That was a good example for us of big number of architects' engagement, as well as large public, such as World medias to create a place, a public place, such a park, that is star place, interesting place in the city. This is something new, something fresh, and this place is transforming the city. That is why this is something that is so important for me. I have a presentation for this subject. You may see Garage Museum as the first slide, and this is the example of star architecture. This is the transformation of old Soviet building. You know that now a Garage Museum is a symbol of modern architecture. What is important to say? Here you can see our beautiful colleagues that was working with us. I made this collage of architect Helmut Young that is not with us anymore, unfortunately. I would like to say that Moscow city and Russia in general, but first of all Moscow, even earlier than St. Petersburg, was a place of attraction of star architects. Unfortunately, many architects were not represented like heroes in history, and we don't know names. We don't know a name of an architect that created St. Basil Cathedral, while that was a huge architect, and we don't know his name. But we would like to say that a huge number of architects from all over the world worked in Moscow from the 15th century and after. And we may see the results of such works anywhere in Moscow. We may see these results, we may see these names. And after, in 20th century, after the revolution, we know that many architects who participated in the competition for general plan of Moscow. That was the general plan of 1935. Le Corbusier created a building in Moscow on Masnitskaya Street. So this is an old tradition that is very important for Moscow, and this is a part of Moscow and identity. And we would like to continue and to develop this line, because we are related to the city. We continue the construction of this huge megapolis. We continue this huge process that we are engaged in. We would like to leave a good footprint in this activity. Hero architects, those are architects that create a sense and a content, that are always in search of beautiful images. So we are not talking about their nationality, whether they are foreign architects or not, but an architect with a name, with a position, with a radical view, or just an interesting vision. This is something important. This is an important person in the process of city creating. Here you may see some sites that are already constructed, including the Radie Park, and you know these names. I think that there is no need to name these names because you know them all. I'm very grateful to my post to my work. Thank you for the mayor of Moscow for the opportunity to communicate with the huge number of Russian and international architects. We invite them to participate in competitions, in big projects. And I would like to say that those projects are very different. They have different functions. For a certain time in Moscow, a practice was current when fashionable developers had an opportunity to invite star architects for some separate projects. It didn't work every time, but that was such a tradition 20 years ago. And they believed that if there is a huge developer, he has an opportunity to invite a star architect, and we couldn't imagine that it would be possible to organize a competition to invite some international architects. At this time, there was no possibility to really invite a star architect, and some public sites were developed by national architects. And now we can see that we have a competition that was won by Zaha Hadid Bureau, and that was a competition related to a creation of a new metro station. Now we are working with Tretyakov Gallery, and this is a public project. We also talked about the Radia Park that was created according to a public demand. So we have this work done on all the levels, and the city understands that they work with star architect, with famous architect. Sometimes it is not easy, and it is expensive, but this is the only way to create star architecture that is so important in the modern world. You may see a Badaevsky plant on this slide, and I would like to mention Skolkovo University, that was also a public project, and that was the first step to invite star architects to the city. Now they continue this practice, and they are developing Badaevsky plant. This project is very interesting. Then they are working on City 2 project. New master plan is being created. Capital Group developer won this competition. Now we're working with them to create the scheme, the plan of this complex. Then there is another interesting example of such cooperation between public powers and authorities and star architects. Here, I would like to note, reminding you, national subject. Our goal is to be related to local community. Sometimes they say that the city likes to invite foreign architects, star architects, but how would we develop our market, our architectural schools? We would like to invest more in this and to find our proper stars. But I would like to say that there is a competition that appears in the context of such competitions. When there is a competition between star architects, yes, there are foreigners, but still in Russia, private architecture was something special, and big stars were not involved in private architecture in Russia. Now we're working to change this, and now I would like to present some examples. For example, Rhythmic Gymnastics Center and Pride Center. I worked with Alexander Simarlo and Nikolai Lyshenko, that are Moscow architects, and they are very talented. And I think they have a potential of being star architects. Now we are taking a way toward globalization, internalization, and we still know that every country, every city has local stars, local architects that may develop projects if a project is developed in a good way. So I'm sure that they may become star architects in their countries, and then they may go to another countries, to another cities, to be a global star. That's why I think that there is a huge advantage to involve star architects for local market development. I think that this is my last slide. Thank you for your attention, and I finished my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuznetsov. Could I just ask you one or two questions to be a little more precise about the things that you said? I find it very interesting that you talked about star architects, getting the best, globalization. But my question would be, what are you looking for when you say star architect? Is it the brand? Is it power? Is it press? Is it the best ideas? Perhaps it's stimulus to the people of a community or a city to look more at architecture. I think there's a big debate about star architects, so perhaps you would tell us, what are you looking for when you say we're going to hire a star architect?
Да, это очень интересный вопрос. Я его, честно говоря, довольно часто слышу.
Yes, this is a very interesting question. I can hear it quite often. And what's the explanation? What's the point behind it? And what are your expectations? I can tell you that we have several goals. And this is why we attract star architects. First, the first point is how we invite them. We do not often invite a specific architect to a project. More often it's a competition, it's a contest. And in a contest, there is no objective to invite a star architect. It should be a public project, and there should be a choice. And the fact that star architects win in a contest is step two. Indeed, star architects are usually better than others, because this is why they are stars. They would not be strong without that. And we also have the goal to make a project public. The choice should be transparent. The decisions should be transparent, because when people see that we have a selection, we have a contest, and we do analyze the results, we get feedback, we have a certain discussion around it, and all of this comes together as a kind of a public project. We even had an exhibition called From Publication to Implementation. And right now the world is full of information where everyone can share their opinions via the public media, and we are in a situation where architecture should gain some place in the minds, and then it will become a reality. And this involvement of star architects who are strong because they can argument their points, they can protect a project, and they are brands. But what is a brand? In my opinion, a brand is the name that protects a project, that defends it, and that allows a project to be implemented, because one characteristic of a brand is the level of confidence and the level of trust in this brand. And so it's a very comprehensive process. It's the selection process, and also the fact that a star architect can defend his project very often, and then we can make this project a reality. And one good example is the park where we are. It used to be a platform of huge criticism. There was another contest before that where there was no great technical assignment, there was no such jury, there were no star architects who would participate in that. There was none of that. And that contest was just destroyed by criticism. There was so much criticism that the organizers said, we are going to cancel everything, there will be no results. The only way was to invite star architects. This is how we implemented this project. We were able to win over people's trust. It was also the mass media and others whose trust we gained, and that's the role of a star architect. It's very important. It's one of the most important roles.
Thank you so much. Mr. Gal, you're joining us on screen. It's really a privilege to welcome you. And Jan Gal, I'm not sure if I would say that you are a star architect in the traditional sense. I would say that you're probably a star architect because you bring people together to make star projects. So I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about your opinion about star architecture. And I think, you probably have a historic point of view. And if we don't have a technical problem, we would love to hear your presentation, especially because I think you're hailing from Copenhagen. Thanks to you, we have the term Copenhagenize a city, which means to make it much more human, to make it serve the public and to be something that everyone loves. So, Mr. Gell, thank you for being with us. I turn the floor over to you. I think we have some sound problems.
Yes, just unmute.
Now it works.
Thank you.
It works?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I think it's a great subject and I would love to participate. I don't like the term star-architect, but I think we can talk about good architects and not so good architects, but I'll come back to that. This is just my start, but my real start comes here. That's a quote which I borrowed from Ken Walpole in England, and he was the one who took up as an object and said, "I'm sorry for you architects because you communicate with still photos of your buildings, and in that way you are too much focused on form, but good, it's not architecture, this is sculpture. But architecture is the interplay between form and life, and only if this interplay works is it good architecture." So much for Ken Walpole. We have in the past 50 years, actually for more time than that, we've had two major planning paradigms which have completely changed our cities, the modernism and the car invasion. Before the modernism, it was interesting that all the cities were made up of spaces where life could go on, where people moved about, where the market was, where meetings and all kinds of ceremonies were going on, always in spaces. The buildings were relatively anonymous. They just formed the edge of the spaces, and great architects, they were good in making fantastic details, but the overall form of the buildings was rather humble and underlying the subject of the city. You can see from the map of Rome how Rome was completely conceived as being made of spaces. You can see in existing cities, this is Copenhagen, that we can remember all the streets and all the squares, but only 2-3 buildings in the old cities. That will be the town hall, the parliament, and the cathedral, and that would be about it. All the rest is spaces and yet more spaces. Then came modernism. They moved the whole focus from the spaces where life was going on to the objects. And everything which was not built upon was not a space for people. It was leftover space after planning, after architecture. Very unusual for people. And this actually, moving the focus from spaces to the objects, really set the architectural community going with all kinds of funny shapes all over the world. And now, if we look at a modern city, you can remember no spaces at all because there are none worth talking about. But you can remember a number of funny buildings in this place. What happens with modernism was really that all the concern for people and life of the city, which was part of the tradition, was blown sky high, and the result being a goodbye to all these qualities. Also, it was a goodbye to the understanding of human scale, because now people were moving about in leftover space instead of in people space. I have another quote here, more or less from Winston Churchill. He said, "First we form the buildings, then they form us." The way we form the buildings has an enormous influence on what we can use them for and how they relate to the surrounding. We also would say that we form the cities, but then the cities form us. We know that the way you make your cities has an enormous influence on the quality of life of the people. We know that even in the small detail, it is enormously important how you organize the building, especially how the building lands in the city. You can have facades which signalize, go home, we don't want you here, or you can have other details which say, welcome, sit down, enjoy yourself. It is my concern that many of the spectacular new buildings made by so-called star architects do nothing for the life of the city, and actually they are most often extremely egocentric. They relate to themselves and not to the city. But on the other hand, there are a number of very fine buildings where the city and the building speak together. One of them being the Pompidou Center in Paris, where half the site is a public space and the other half is a cultural center, and the space and the center are two sides of the same coin. Space for informal culture, the building for formal culture. This is a very interesting example of a building speaking and actually adding to the life of the city. Another case of city and building speaking together would be the Federation Square in Melbourne. In Bilbao, you have an art museum which is completely closed and only speaks to itself. But in Melbourne, they've used the same program to frame a very fantastic public space which adds really quality to the city of Melbourne. And as third two cases of buildings made by very, very good architects, but actually they provide a fantastic piece of architecture, and they also add extremely much to the quality of the cities they are in. One would be the Sydney Opera House in Australia, which is not only a number of shelves, but also a fantastic people landscape around it. And the famous Opera House in Oslo, Norway, which actually becomes a fantastic destination. You never have to go into it. It's a fantastic destination anyway. It adds to the city. If we look at architects, I've seen many architects in my life, and they are generally on a scale. On one end of the scale are architects with a big ego and maybe a little heart, and sometimes they are very autistic, and they do things in a rather self-promoting way, and are somewhat arrogant also. On the other hand of the scale, I met architects who work with a big heart and also a big ego. They could be very good architects, but they work with great respect for the people, the city, the context, and certainly also for architecture. Lastly, I have a quote from John F. Kennedy, a little bit turned around, but I would say to all you guys, to be a good architect, making good things in a city, you should remember this. Never ask what the city can do for your building or your ego, but always ask what your building can do for the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gell. Mr. Gell, could I ask you one or two brief questions? Because we'll hear from Patrick Schumacher, and he's going to talk about the role of the critic. Do you think starchitects are made by critics or made by the public or made because of their great buildings and spaces?
I would say that some of the colleagues which are called architects, I don't think they are architects, because to me they are not good architects. They are very egoistic and arrogant, actually, architects who just place their building and run away. And then there are, as mentioned, other architects who are very great in form, but also has a fantastic understanding of the place where they are working and of what their building could do for the city. And I think that the later category is a much better star than the first category.
And one final question, Mr. Gell. How would you like to be described?
Oh, that's a good question. But I've been out there being an architect now for 60 years, and I hope that during my work over all these years, I have contributed to making places for people which are better because of the work I've been doing. That is what kind of architecture I would hope to leave behind me.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I would like to welcome once again Patrick Schumacher. Patrick, I know you have been working very hard all day today in different lectures and panel discussions. And of course, you're principal at Zaha Hadid Architects, ZHA, London-based, but with offices around the world. You've worked many, many places, involved in really star buildings, star projects, and you have left your imprint and your ideas in many places. Now, I know you'll talk a little bit, at least I hope you will talk about the role of the critic in creating star architects, but I'd also hope that you would expand it, or I will ask you if you would tell us if you think there are benefits to being a star architect or benefits for society of star architects, and what might be the negative points. So I will turn the floor over to you for your presentation, and thank you so much for being here with us.
My pleasure. I'm happy to join once more, and it was very nice to hear Sergei's appreciation of what an unusual and high quality and intensely, let's say, artistic project can do for the city. And also the recognition that those figures who have gained a large and global reputation, there's something behind that, there's some depth. And in fact, one thing I wanted to point out is that the main figures, which are called star architects, they have been selected in a long competitive process within the discipline, within an expert milieu, where they gained respect, reputation, and then that was carried out into the wider audiences, global audience through mass media. But there is an initial recognition and self-selection from within the field, and so I don't think that we have a lot of that we have star architects who don't deserve a recognition and respect for what they've achieved. Now, and so I think that's the first thing to mention. Of course, when you then once you arrived and it becomes a brand, it's difficult sometimes to explain with the same nuance why these architects have these advantages or deserve this recognition, and one then has to go with the brand as some kind of give some kind of take away some uncertainty about selecting. And yes, to some extent, the negative element is of course a certain loss of information. One just knows that is meant to be deep and have qualitative, but one cannot fully replicate, as it were, the discourse which has led to this appreciation. And therefore there's a loss of information, and then it becomes slightly more superficial. And the same goes for the works themselves sometimes, where there's an unusual feeling, look, appearance, but I wouldn't dismiss it as strange and funny or just for the sake of spectacle. I mean, at least for ourselves and for some of our respected colleagues, the unusual appearance which becomes memorable has to do with taking up a rigorous design process with particular values, which trying to articulate the more recent tendencies of societal dynamics, how one can make a more and higher functional interpretation of a site, particularly now in an era where we have complex urban sites with multiple adjacencies, with complex internal relationships and trying to express us to the outside and trying to express affiliations, you get something new. While the, let's say, more ordinary architecture keeps rolling on without actually articulating and being inflected visibly and properly by the new tendencies of contemporary life. So yes, architecture should not be perceived as sculpture. It is all about framing social interaction and sustaining, empowering social life in the city. That's very important. Now, once we have these kind of strange, inverted commas, look and feel, I think that we find anyway, there is a popular acceptance. There is a sense, like the mayor was saying, and there's something fresh, something new. There is novelty, and I would argue in the great works, which in the end represent the historical progress of our discipline, novelty is not just novelty; it's innovation which is sustainable and will be understood, and then has an impact. That's at least what we are striving for. We don't strive for, let's say, cheap spectacle novelty, but there is, of course, the risk of epigons coming in. And I think the tendency, the period leading up to the 2008 crash, there was such a boom with so many opportunities and such a fast pace that, and the new kind of language of architecture we're presenting became in its own. You had a lot of superficial epigons, and you get a lot of projects which don't make so much sense. And that's why you also get the backlash against this idea of an iconic building, which is trying to just be, as maybe Jan said, egotistical. But I don't think that should be generalized, and that one could say that buildings should remain very mute and fit in, when actually you have a transformational process going on, and fitting in would be fitting in with, let's say, the obsolete. So that's the tension we have. We have to rely then on critics, which usually the architectural critics who write in the mass media and are the translators, they're actually also colleagues. So it's their responsibility to help separating out, let's say, what would be egotistical spectacle from something which has a depth of understanding and intent. And I do find, of course, the examples Jan mentioned are excellent examples, beautiful examples. Centre Pompidou, Federation Square. I visited, of course, all these places, and I'm very familiar with the architects, including Snowhatters, Oslo Opera House, and so on. And I agree that it's very important that we are talking about space making. The building is not about being looked at from the outside. It is of structuring interactions, connections, and the outside spaces is as well important as the inside spaces. We're paying a lot of attention to the interiors. So behind me, you see, for instance, an atrium space, a large, deep vista complex, but I think a well-lit and well-articulated space, for instance, for a very large corporate technology center here in Moscow. And these are also very important. And then you have the inter-articulation of this through a big window into a framed public space in front, an entrance space, etc. That's very important. So I agree with the analysis of the importance of space and generating spaces, public spaces, semi-public spaces, private spaces. But I think it is. We have to try to be, I think, generous and with respect to our colleagues. And I do find that Bilbao is an interesting case. I quite disagree that it is, it is very unusual, and Gary is amongst the star architects the one who has maybe a rather sculptural approach. But turning a sculpture into architecture, whether you're conscious or not, you're setting these pieces into a city. You affiliate. You have to make them work as spaces, as sequences. So and similarly with Zaha, who was a very intuitive, creative genius. But and she expanded the repertoire of architecture with curvature, with gradients, with intersecting spaces, new levels of complexity. And with this, once you are then tasked with working up a project, taking the program very seriously, taking the relationships seriously, in the way these formal repertoires, which were initial artistic articulations, they become tools of problem solving. The geometrical options you have, they become, so the expanded formal repertoire becomes an expanded problem solving repertoire nearly by necessity, because of course we also have that desire and deep commitment that the project gains reality, functions properly and beautifully in the real city. And we also, with our language, was very unusual, are able to integrate a lot of the new technologies, the new structural engineering logics, the new environmental passive system logics, where we use computational process and optimization processes. Again, create something which looks other and different, but is actually a more high performance process. And the same with the social functionality. We have more complexity, more interaction, more multiple audiences, and we are simulating actually with agent-based live process simulations the social functionality in terms of encounter densities, frequencies, communication events, and potentials. So I want to close with that we can't just, if we don't immediately understand it, prejudice against it. And somehow, I think we need to trust our discourse of having filtered out some leading firms. And therefore, I do believe that these star architects will continue. Of course, they're not individuals anymore. We're talking about large firms with many talents integrated, and that they would here to stay. And of course, there will be, we have to kind of work together that this credibility is maintained. And we can't go for the cheap spectacle. But one more point, that in some context, this idea of a building becoming a landmark, and of course it can't apply to all buildings in a city, but that's why we also not doing 1, 2 buildings in a big city, special buildings of special importance, of significance. They deserve to have a memorable form, to become part of these let's say, landmarks, which Jan was also talking about, like the town hall and the cathedral and the parliament. But now we have a few more of those which deserve to be remembered. So with that pitch, I think that we need to be, tolerant and trusting. And of course, it means to some extent that younger talent is initially struggling against it, and they think, of course, they can outdo and outcompete. And that's why it's also important to see that the competition system is really, really a democratic process where we have clients represented, peers represented, and they're not always in favor of the big names. We actually, and I'm on juries often, I think, truly speaking, we are going for the quality, for the nuance, for the innovation. And that's very important. And therefore, I think we shouldn't be dismissive of it. We should be cautious. We should be, we should see the dangers, but we should also, to some extent, recognize the necessity that there's a reputation system, which we all rely on. And these names are just points of reference for an attitude, for an approach, for a track record.
Great. Patrick, thank you so much. I really appreciate the fact that you're trying to redefine what a star architect is when you speak about space versus icon, when you talked about the interior and exterior space creation, not cheap spectacle. And if you'll allow me, now that there's a few moments, at first I was invited to be a speaker with you today based on my role as executive director of the Pritzker Architecture Prize until recently. I stepped down in March, and I'm able to devote more of my time to my School of Architecture and Design in Madrid and Segovia, i.e. School of Architecture and Design. And these two are related because on one hand, looking at the Pritzker Prize and its development over the years and my service to the prize is one realm. And now being in the academic world, It's a challenge and sometimes a struggle to know what to teach students about the role of the profession and the professionals. So in terms of the Pritzker, what I think we all have seen over the years is from the time it was founded in 1979 until the present, there has been an evolution in the types of firms that were looked at, the approaches of the architects who have won the prize. It's gone from being usually a single male to, in the recent history, has been 2-3 people. More women have won the prize. So there's been more diversity. I think the message of the prize has tried to become more complex, while the goals of the prize have remained the same. It was to honor the art of architecture and consistent service to humanity. And these two goals together were interpreted by the jury, and they changed slightly depending on the circumstances. I know, Patrick, you spoke about prior to the crisis of 2008, there was a lot of exuberance in buildings. After that, I think the jury looked more carefully at projects of different sizes and different scales that had more modest budgets but still had a great impact. As you mentioned too, sustainability has become very important, and they look at that. But one thing that I'm hearing, and I would like to try to express clearly, that I think you have said, and you, Sergey, as well, and that I try to express to my students, is that architecture and the profession of being an architect or being part of the team is a very deep and complex situation. And when we have technology that tries to communicate instantaneously and tries to give us a slogan, a quick message, there seems to be a conflict in what our goals are for the built environment and how we express it. So therefore, I guess my thought would be, I hope that STAR projects and STAR architects exist. I hope that STAR clients exist and STAR cities exist as great clients for those talented architects from around the world and from their own city. But I also hope that we can find a way to deepen the message, to make it less a slogan for Twitter and more an explanation. I think that our built environment, and we've seen it at this time of COVID, it has to become so many things in so many different ways. It has to be adaptable. It has to respond to so many needs. Just as we've learned lessons, and very hard lessons due to COVID, I think architecture has incredible power to educate our communities, our cities, and our people. And therefore, to see architecture not as the final product, but as the process, plus the product, the final, plus the evolution over time, I think is probably the way to really honor STAR architects. We have a few minutes more, and Mr. Gell, I see you nodding. I wondered if you could give us, perhaps give us an example of your own work that you approached not so sure if it would become a STAR project, but because of the community that participated or used a project that your office designed in a new way, transformed it in, and you would consider it a STAR project. You have to turn on your microphone, or someone has to, so we can hear you.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
It works.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have been involved in many fantastic projects humanizing various cities like Moscow, like New York, like the Australian cities. But the most fascinating work I had with the city committee in Amman in Jordan, where they wanted to be sure that their capital in Jordan would not be like Cairo. This should have a soul. So we worked very much with them about how to get a soul. And in some of the areas, they made sure to do as much in the poor areas as in the more well-to-do areas. And there was, especially in an area with many Palestinian refugees who have no place to go in the evenings, no space for recreation. In this place was made a very nice local space where people could use. And this collaboration with the architects in Jordan and in these circumstances, I think that was maybe the most satisfying project I've ever been involved in. And I said before that I really think that as architect you can do enormously much good. And I feel that that was a place where some good could be done really meaningfully.
Thank you very much. Patrick, if you're there, have you ever had a client ask you for an iconic building, ask you for a brand? And if so, how did you respond to that client?
Well, this is happening all the time. Nearly every competition we invited is talking about a major the aspirations to have a landmark, to have something of significance which radiates out. Particular public buildings, of course, with the different cities competing for, attracting global talent and becoming, cultural centers as well through some of those projects. Yes, that's general, and with corporate headquarters, we're recently getting more involved. It's nearly ubiquitous that we have that, and so I respect that. These are, of course, special projects. They're not the run-of-the-mill ventures, and they're looking for an appropriate and significant architectural expression. But of course, this is only one aspect. There's the briefs. These are usually well written with a lot of aspects. Of course, environmental innovation they want to see, and they also, of course, want to have proper programming and proper working. So we're not resisting this, but it nearly comes naturally. We take on the logic of an innovative institution. We look at the site in a new way with our methodologies. There is something coming out which will be different. We're actually looking for something new. I think there is something new and different in every project, and we don't want to repeat ourselves. So sometimes we get this tension where they're saying, well, we were expecting something more like what you've done before. We were expecting something more Zaha. Even Zaha herself was confronted with this, and that's of course a tension where we have to convince the client that maybe they had something in mind, an image which for them represents maybe something, the future, something light, something elegant, and that maybe what we now developed wasn't quite fitting this. And that is interesting. I think we need to be as confident, and I think that's the word Sergei says. We're defending what we're trying to do. We are confident about it, and we can lead the market. This is not about a popularity contest immediately. It is initially winning over entrepreneurs and leaders, and with the confidence that in the end we get a lot of public and popular recognition. I think in terms of Zaha Architects, we go through these strange processes, but the works are in the end incredibly intuitive and popular, massively popular, and that's wonderful. But it's not something which initially would have been chosen, maybe based on a sketch or rendering by the general public. And we have sometimes examples where we face a lot of resistance initially with a project because of its strangeness, and then they become immensely popular once they're embedded in urban context, because it's difficult to appreciate how these buildings will make sense once they're embedded and they tie in with the urban flows, with the agendas, with the uses. So we have to sometimes convince clients to allow us to innovate further, to not do something which they recognize us by. There's often the tension. But we don't mind doing landmarks, but it's not something we're doing where we look at it and saying, this isn't spectacular enough. We don't do that. But as I said, the memorability, the recognizability comes nearly as a side product. And actually, that's the way the modernists also thought about when they were trailblazing new technologies and trying to articulate the new society. They were also saying, don't go the aesthetic, let's say, sensation is flowing in the tail of a rigorous interpretation of the life process one wants to bring forward.
Thank you, Patrick. Mr. Kuznetsov, I would like to have the last question for you, and maybe the most difficult one, because when you're a representative of the city, it's a very delicate balance, I'm sure. On some hand, you have to be a leader. As Patrick was saying, you have to sort of guide the citizenry, guide the public, because from your vantage point in city government, you may see a more holistic point of view. On the other hand, if you don't have the support of the community, of the residents, it's very hard to undertake a project. So could you tell us a little bit about this difficulty, and is it possible to use the creation of new spaces, new architecture, new parts of the city to communicate to the public in a deeper way some of those goals and to help them see a future that has not been realized but could be a new and different future, as Patrick and Mr. Gell have spoken about? We don't have it in our memory yet, but we have to have the confidence that in the future it will be there. So I turn the floor over to you for some final remarks on architecture, star cities, star architecture, and the great challenge that you as in city government face.
Спасибо. Да, я стал.
Thank you. Yes, I became the chief architect of Moscow when I was at the age of 35. I was young, and at this exact moment, I faced the necessity to find a compromise with many participants to the process of urban construction. Martha, you talked about that. And yes, this is not only two faces of one medal, but a lot of faces. And I talked during my first remark when you asked why should we work with architects. So I think that a future city that we talk about and architecture of future and architects' role in future stars projects are related to compromise, but a compromise simplifies a product because it demands a tolerant decision, tolerant solutions. And what do I think? First, we have to study a city history. A month ago, I make my thesis, and I was working on this during 5 years on this city history from the point of view of decision making. Who is the author of a decision? Who are the heroes that are on stage? And who are these people that make some radical actions that may be misunderstood by their contemporaries? But these people lead cities to a renovation, to a transformation. Notwithstanding any critics, I made an interesting work? And my answer is yes. A city is successful when there is a team of people that share the same visions, of people that are ready to take decisions that are not compromises, and that people that are ready to trust architects and to make actions that may seem radical or improper to some people, but finally such decisions make cities more interesting, more vibrant. And now when we have a big competition for people, for design, such solutions make cities more attractive for people, for tourists, for investment, for those who are in search of services or education and so on. That is why I had a decision to myself that we have to find a compromise, we have to be prudent, but at some point of time we have to be brave, to take some brave decision, to provide some brave solution. When we decided to create a park with American architects in the city center of Moscow, at the moment of difficult political situation, when there are so many discussions, that was something brave. And I think that that was an action when we had to stop a discussion, we had to take a decision, we had to make a step. And now history says that that was a good solution. Now we have a gorgeous site that citizens love so much, and it's been evoked everywhere in media all over the world. Now it is evident that it was a right decision. But when I recall the whole way, I may say you that that was a matter of a voluntary decision of Sergei Sobyanin and of me. And with all these difficulties, we have to remember that there is a point of time when you have to make a difficult decision and you have to make a difficult step, notwithstanding all the risks that you have. I think that a model for all the architects, not only for a chief architect, especially if an architect wants to be a star architect, so this is the decision to make.
I'd like to thank our speakers, not only for being here today and, of course, to the audience who's here and listening, but I'd like to thank you for being brave, being generous, and being good neighbors. And may you always be stars in your own right in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speakers. Business program of the first day of Moscow Urban Forum comes to its end. We will have a lecture of star speaker that will start the festival program of the forum. We will have a lecture of Darren Ajamoglu, Narrow Corridor, Destiny of Liberty.
Уважаемые участники форума, фестивальную программу...
Dear forum participants, the festival program Moscow Urban Fest is started by the lecture of a star speaker, Narrow Corridor. The lecturer is a professor of the MIT Applied Economics, Darren Archimaglu. Moderator, Konstantin Sonyan, economist, professor of the Chicago University and the High School of Economics.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon. Today we're going to have a lecture by Darren Archimaglu. Darren Archimaglu, professor at the MIT University, who is one of the greatest scientists and economists of modern age. He authored hundreds of articles, and for us, even dozens of articles is a lot. And he wrote hundreds of articles which are very high-tech, and you might be aware of how complex the mathematics and mathematical statistics are in his works. And today he will tell us about the theory of a narrow corridor in his book. The floor is yours, Darren. Unfortunately, the speaker cannot be heard.
Кого попросить? Darren, do you hear me? Somehow we do not hear you. Is microphone on? Huh. That's interesting because I see you, but I do not hear you. Так что в зале звука нет.
There is no sound in the room.
Okay, can you say something? Yeah. Okay, I think this will be sorted out eventually, but for now, your sound doesn't go through. Okay, maybe I could teach this lecture on your behalf. I don't know.
Yes. Oh, that would be great.
Oh, that's already working. I heard you when you said yes. So
yeah,
now,
you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all I did was to stop sharing, so let me see whether I will continue to hear me as I share. Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. I do not see your presentation, but I hear you.
I think the presentation will come in a second. Can you see the presentation as well now?
Now I see the presentation. Can you say something?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Great.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Excellent, Konstantin. Great.
Go ahead.
Well, I was saying how happy I was to be joining you, Konstantin, for the Moscow Forum, albeit virtually, and I'm going to spend the next half hour audio visual challenges notwithstanding, to share some ideas about building better institutions, both locally and globally, and lessons from the narrow corridor, my latest book with Jim Robinson. So the challenge for many countries throughout the 20th century and continuing in the 21st is to move away from this. This is a picture of children forced into cotton fields in Uzbekistan under Islam Karimov to work as cheap labor, to this, meaning some notion of justice, which we argue has always been one of the main passions and desires of people. But also in the 21st century, I think it is impossible to have justice without people having some voice through democracy and civil society and other means. So how do we actually do this? Well, I think we need to be a little bit clear about what we mean by justice. And Jim and I think that narrow definitions of justice are not up to the task. And for that, we take a somewhat broader definition from philosopher Philip Pettit. His definition of dominance is when somebody has too much power over you, to live at the mercy of somebody in a manner that leaves you vulnerable, subject to the arbitrary will of somebody else. So we think that justice has to start from a notion of non-dominance, lack of this type of excessive power of one person over other, one group over other, even institutions over individuals. And many people were very optimistic about these types of ideas spreading, somehow perhaps couched in some idyllic version of liberal democracy. Francis Fukuyama, for example, predicted the end of history as the Berlin Wall came down. He called it an unabashed victory of political and economic liberalism. For a while, it looked like he was right. There was the third wave of democracy where democratic countries flourished and democracy expanded in Latin America, Africa, and parts of Asia. But over the last 15 years, according to Freedom House, every year we've had more countries leave the democratic institutions behind or have worsening democratic scores than those that have better democratic scores. So in the late 2010s, for example, about 30 or 40 countries every year, more than those that became more democratic, moved towards more authoritarianism or dictatorship. Now, that's not the only way that people thought the future would be shaped. Another perspective was articulated by the international scholar Robert Kaplan. He thought that actually the future would be very problematic, and he put this coming of anarchy as the central theme of the way that he was talking about the future. You can think of this as a modern version of Thomas Hobbes's nightmare, where there will be too much fighting between different groups, between different individuals. Lives of people will be poor, nasty, brutish, and short, and mostly because of what Thomas Hobbes thought was very important for any type of justice, a strong state. And in fact, Kaplan's predictions seemed much more on target over the last 10 years. These are the helmets that the Iraqi army left behind as they fled in front of the Islamic State. There is no better encapsulation of Robert Kaplan's fears or Thomas Hobbes's fears than the Islamic State's rule in Syria and Iraq. And of course, it was preceded by the complete collapse of state institutions. But in fact, perhaps most people today will think that neither Kaplan nor Fukuyama, but a bunch of other scholars who have been worried about the revenge of the state, what Yuval Noah Harari calls digital dictatorships. Technology is moving in such a direction with much better monitoring, with much better AI technologies, that we are going to see the state become stronger and stronger and extinguish any room for civil society. Perhaps that will be terrible for justice, or if you're in China, perhaps you'll think this is going to be great for justice. But even this prediction, I think, is problematic, and all of these predictions, in fact, have something in common. They are very much in the spirit of sort of Marx's inevitability type of predictions about how society is organized. Famously, Marx said the hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill gives you society with the industrial capitalist. And we are thinking now today perhaps AI and social media will give you society with the digital big brother, or the international order will give you collapsing states in the marginal areas such as Middle East. I'm going to argue that this is not the right perspective. But it is important that in thinking about the evolution of institutions around the world, we're also, I'm going to skip these. These are just some of the pictures that illustrate people's fears, like AI facial recognition cameras in Tiananmen Square, or the social credit system in China. But I think it's important to also understand that some of the forces that are going to shape the next 20 years of economic and political development are the problems that Western societies are having. And I think Western societies are having both economic and social challenges, but since time is short, I want to focus on the economic challenges. Today, I think the root cause of those challenges is an inability to generate high quality growth, in particular fast productivity growth. The omnibus measure that economists use for understanding productivity is total factor productivity, how much we are making better use of capital and labor. And according to Robert Gordon's estimates, total factor productivity per annum was around 3% in the 1950s and around 2% in the 60s, 70s, 40s, 30s. Today, despite all these AI technologies, digital technologies, new widgets, we are barely making 0.5%. Now, this is slow growth, but even more importantly, it's low quality growth. One aspect of that, which has been very discombobulating socially, has been the increase in inequality. Just to give you a sense of that, I am actually going to show here what's going on with men's wages in the US as divided by education. So the red here are American men with less than high school degree. These are with high school, these are with postgraduate degrees, and these are college degrees. In the 60s and also in the 50s, you have the period of a rising tide lifting all boats. That was happening for all demographic groups more or less equally. But now, over the last 30 years, you see much greater inequality, but even also socially quite problematically, you see this huge decline in the real earnings of low education men, which has been, of course, a very important driver of populism, discontent, support for Donald Trump, and so on. This has not been an easy process, not just because of wages, but it's also because of the shock that the middle class has faced. Here, what I'm showing you is the distribution of employment in the US, and these yellow ones, or light brown ones, for different decades, are the middle class occupations: factory workers, clerical jobs, back office workers, sales workers. So this is the heart of the middle class in the US. And you see that in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, all decades, these jobs have disappeared. There are fewer and fewer Americans that hold these middle class jobs. What's happened to them? If you're a college worker, you've been able to find some better jobs: engineering technicians, lawyers, auditors, accountants. But if you're a non-college worker, and that's where all these real wage declines comes from, all of these middle class jobs have been replaced by low quality jobs: food preparation, McDonald's, home care, custodial security jobs, etc. So you can see why that's been going on. This is a factory floor. You don't see any workers. It's just it's produced by robots. But I think it's also important to recognize this is not just a US phenomenon. The same has happened everywhere. So if I do the same division now for other OECD, other advanced Western nations, you see this red bars is the middle class jobs between 1990s and mid-2000s. They have disappeared everywhere. So these automation and globalization trends have impacted all of these countries. And in fact, you might worry this is just the inevitable march of robots. There's a sense in which this is true, and there's a sense in which it's not, and this is very important because I'm going to bring all of these together with the framework of the narrow corridor. And the sense in which it's true is that indeed, not just robots, but a variety of other automation technologies have been intimately linked to the disappearance of these middle-class jobs. So here, what I'm showing you is what's happened across different parts of the United States, across 722 commuting zones. And this is the industrial heartland of the United States. But both with and without these places, you see that the more robot adoption has been going on in a local economy, the lower is employment and the lower is wages in these places. But also importantly, this is the no part, automation is not a new phenomenon. Robots are new, AI is new, but automation has been going on forever. Certainly since the middle of the 18th century, when spinning and weaving machines started replacing workers that skilled artisans used to perform. But the problem is that during periods of healthy growth and rapid productivity growth that I showed you earlier on, automation was counterbalanced by other more human-friendly technologies. We found ways of creating new jobs and new tasks. That's what's missing. Now we see two legs of the challenges for the future. How are we going to create more just, more participatory systems politically? And how are we going to create more participatory systems economically, which has a technological and a social element? Both of these, I'm going to argue, are both local and global challenges. But in order to understand it, first let's develop, for the next 10 minutes, some of the outlines of the conceptual framework that Jim and I laid out. But also, I will have occasion at the end to come back to the hyper-global challenges, such as coronavirus, globalization, liberty, and so on. Let us start with how humans thought about this long before the 20th century. In fact, the early surviving written records are the Sumerian tablets from 4,200 years ago, and they tell the story of Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk. The tablets start by explaining how a wonderful civilization the city of Uruk was. Its ramparts gleam like copper in the sun, wonderful stone cases, beautiful buildings, brickwork, and amazing gardens, glorious palaces, shops, marketplaces, houses. This is exactly the kind of local economy that today we would be very happy to develop. But there's a hitch. Gilgamesh, who is at first suggested as the architect of this wonderful thing, you realize quickly is not. He has all of the hallmarks of a typical despot. Who is like Gilgamesh? No other king has inspired such awe. Who else can say, I alone rule supreme among mankind? The city is his possession. He tramples the citizens like a wild bull. He does whatever he wants, takes the son from his father, crushes him, takes the girl from her mother and uses her. No one dares to oppose him. So you'll see, in line with my claim earlier on, that this notion of justice, not being dominated, not being crushed, is part of the human psyche forever. You can see it here. This is the thing that really the Sumerian tablets are about. People are not happy because they don't have justice. They don't have liberty because they're dominated by the elite, here represented by Gilgamesh. What can they do? Actually, immediately the tablets explain something that, again, should be familiar to us. As soon as you have despotism, you try to find solutions to that despotism. And the first one that these tablets talk about is what you might call the checks and balances solution. According to the epic, the citizens cry to the heavens and ask the god of the sky to stop Gilgamesh. And Anu, the god of sky, comes up with a solution to contain Gilgamesh. Create a double, Enkidu, somebody who's going to be able to balance out Gilgamesh. So you might think of this as a precursor of the checks and balances that, for example, the US Constitution is so keen on. Enkidu is like another branch of the government. It's as powerful as Gilgamesh, and is going to prevent Gilgamesh from doing all the bad things. And in fact, in the epic, it looks like this doppelganger or the checks and balances solution works. The two beat each other, and Gilgamesh cannot ravage the bride that he was trying to steal. But in fact, it's not so effective. In fact, you can see that in the Gilgamesh epic, because a few pages later, you realize Enkidu and Gilgamesh are now ganging together and working together in order to do the despotism and fight the monsters and so on. So the starting point of the conceptual framework of the narrow corridor is therefore that you're not going to be able to just design institutions that miraculously create balance, create justice, create non-dominance, create liberty. You need that to be the outcome of society's mobilization itself. So this is the notion of shackled Leviathan that James and I propose. You need to have a strong state, but that strong state needs to be shackled not by constitutions, although constitutions have a role, but primarily by society. It needs to have the citizens be engaged in politics. And that's, again, true both locally and politically and globally, locally and nationally, which is what I'm going to explain. The challenges locally are different than the challenges nationally. Neither is easy, but both are central in that you want to have a Leviathan that's capable and delivers justice like what Hobbes wants. You don't want the collapse of the state like in the Middle East, but you also want to contain that Leviathan. You don't want it to become despotic. And this conceptual framework can be best understood using this diagram, which we use as the centerpiece of our book. Really, what you need is a balance between the power of society, collective action, organization, institutionalized means such as democracy, and the power of the state. When the state is very strong, like in China historically or Russia today, you have the despotic Leviathan. The state is too strong, it silences society, civil society gets weaker and weaker. You see these trajectories, they go towards weaker and weaker power of society. But when the state is very weak, that's not good either. That's like what Robert Kaplan was afraid of, coming of anarchy. You have the happy medium in this corridor where the power of the state and society are balanced, and then you see the coevolution of state and society. That's really important. This is what we call Red Queen dynamics. Here, you see that as the state gets stronger, society gets weaker. Here, the state gets weaker. Whereas in this corridor, you have this positive coevolution. As the state gets stronger, society has to get stronger for you to stay in the corridor, because if the society didn't get stronger, then you would have the despotic Leviathan. So it is critical to contain the power of the state, even as the state itself shoulders greater responsibilities. Again, this is critical for both local and national politics, as I'm going to explain. This is, again, not just a current problem. Perhaps the Gilgamesh epic did not fully recognize the role of society, given the early stages, but other early civilizations did. Best, the Athenian polity, which is where democracy emerges. Athenian society is really a perfect specimen of what I was trying to capture with that corridor, because you see that the development of the Athenian state, which became much, much more powerful, introduced some of the things that we associate with modern state of the 20th century, like social insurance, district court judge systems, monetary policy, orphanages. All of that happened while at the same time the state was becoming very constrained by new democratic institutions. In fact, the Athenians were highly suspect of the power of elites, which is what you really require, not respecting big autocrats or autocrats wannabe. You want to cut them down. And this is what the Athenians were great. One of the laws that the great lawmaker of the Athenians, Cleisthenes, passed is called the ostracism law. Every year, the Athenian Democratic Assembly would vote whether there should be an ostracism. And if there was an ostracism, all Athenian citizens would write the name of a person on a broken shard, a piece of pottery broken, which is called an ostrakon. That's where the name ostracism comes from. And then whoever name was written most would be banished, exiled from the city for 10 years. So here you see a piece of broken shard with Themistocles' name written on it. Themistocles is as big a hero as Athenians have ever known, saved Athens twice. But at some point, people thought he was getting too powerful, too much of an elite, too bossy, and they exiled him from the city. So to many political scientists, if you explain this, they will think, well, that was going to make state much less powerful because the state is always under the control of society. Its elites are always going to be cut to size. But in fact, the Red Queen dynamics that I explained really says that contested power is greater power. In other words, really this what propels the state to reach greater and greater levels of power, as this trajectory shows, is really its competition as well as cooperation with the state. Why is this relevant for our problems? Well, I think there are two elements of this framework that are critical for understanding the issues at hand. One is about what really is critical for building understanding and building capable states. Local state capacity is one of the most important challenges facing nations today. Corruption is local, public goods are local, democracy has to start from the local level, and justice provision must start from the local level. But what determines powerful states? This is actually one of the main themes of political science, but James and I think that the explanations provided by political science are not appropriate, and in fact, it's telling because it is going to be an important part of my story for technology as well as states. And the way that most of the theories in political science is, they explain the importance of structural factors, such as nature of technology. Different technologies lead to different systems. Or as Tilley explained, the threat of war or geography. So the most famous one, for example, is powerfully captured by this pithy quote from Charles Tilley: states made war and war made the state. So in places where you had the threat of war internationally required a strong state, that led to the development of powerful state institutions and all the good things, both at the local and the national level. But actually, when you look at history, there are as many examples that contradict Tilley's claims as those that help Tilley's claims. And our framework explains why that's the case. What Tilley is saying is that there's a shock, a big change in military technology or international relations that increases the power of the state, that you can think of as a vertical change in this figure. And if you are like Switzerland, trying to survive against the threat of the Holy Roman Empire, that might be just the impetus that gets you into the corridor, and in the corridor, you travel along this trajectory to much greater levels of state capacity. Again, the Swiss story both is a local and a national one, because Swiss were fiercely local at the cantonal level. They formed a confederation in order to fight the Holy Roman Empire, but always emphasizing decentralized justice, decentralized public services. But you also see, just like the Prussian example here shows, the same impetus can take you out of the corridor. Or like the Montenegrins that fought the Ottomans all the time, it may do nothing to you. So there is no uniform, unconditional effect of technology or structural factors on the state, or on inequality, or on the development of justice, as I'm going to argue. It's all conditional, and it all depends on what you do with those changes. The Swiss found a way of building a confederation, changing their politics, and really built one of the most successful democratic liberty-supporting institutions. Prussians failed completely at that. Or what Francis Fukuyama was talking about, the collapse of the Soviet Union. Poland moved into the corridor and became both democratic and very rapidly growing, although the last 3 years, 4 years are witnessing some backtracking in political institutions. But contrary to what Francis Fukuyama was interpreting, Russia never moved into the corridor nationally. Locally, we'll come back to that in a second. So even Yeltsin's deals weren't of the sort that you would expect from a shackled Leviathan, and they did nothing to improve Russian democratic institutions. Tajikistan is a completely different story, for example. So again, just like my account of what the early modern European war-making threats did, differentially to Switzerland, Montenegro, and Prussia, the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union had very, very heterogeneous effects. Again, choice. The devil is always in the detail. That becomes really clear if you think about how you can move into the corridor. So if you are here, strengthening the state is a way to move into the corridor because the state is too weak. But if you are here, just like Turkey, Russia, or China, then to move into the corridor, you need the society to become stronger. Civil society activism, collective action, greater monitoring, better democratic institutions. But what if you are here? So the only way, this is what we call path 3, is that you have to simultaneously make the state institutions work better and society's participation in politics better. Now, this might sound like the tallest order of them all, the hardest one. But in fact, I'm going to argue that there is some interesting, nice features of this path 3, which we can see especially at the local level. Because this type of failure where both public institutions are failing and you are not able to control politicians and society becomes apolitical and disengaged is actually a very common feature of many local governance problems. The best example is Lagos. Lagos was actually the country that Robert Kaplan picked to explain the coming of anarchy. In the early 1990s, Lagos had the most corrupt politicians, refuse was not being collected, gangs were ruling, there was zero tax revenue to provide public services, roads were completely falling apart. But then look at Lagos in the 2000s and it's completely different. It becomes the most functional city, arguably in Africa. How did that happen? It's exactly path 3. There was a number of politicians led by Balu Ahmad Tunibu and then Fashula who realized that in order to build state institutions which were necessary to provide services and to make sure that Lagos did not completely collapse, they also had to increase society's involvement in politics. And their promise from the beginning was, we're going to create better state institutions, but also more accountable institutions. Both of them became really involved with civil society, encouraged civil society. They gave their phone numbers for people to make individualized complaints about any bureaucrats that were corrupt. And this is exactly also what happened in Bogota. Bogota was almost as bad as Lagos. And this man became the mayor of Bogota, Antanas Mockus, again with a promise of fighting corruption at the same time as increasing the accountability of the politicians. Independently, he and his staff came up with the same strategy of giving their phone numbers, text messages, etc., in order to hear from the people. This is him dressed up as his version of Superman because he's the super fighter of corruption. Now, what does this imply for Moscow? Well, I think Moscow is struggling with exactly the same problem. Both Bogota and Lagos are examples of failing local institutions because they were embedded in despotic state institutions. And again, that's a problem that many capitals today are facing. Can they survive without national change? I think the answer is a mixed one. I think when you are at the local level, that creates a bigger room for maneuver. But let me actually make the final point about this. What about all of the problems that I explained about in the West? Inequality, the support for democracy slipping in the West. Well, it's the same idea. We have new technologies, digital technologies, AI technologies that are very capable. But in the same way that I'm arguing both at the local level and the national level, you can make very different things depending on where you are, depending how you use these technologies. You can create very different political systems. And in some cases, like the path 3 of Bogota and Lagos emphasizes, you can use them for leveraging new local institutions. The same is true at the national and the economic level in the West. So the West has to find a way of creating new technologies out of the platforms that are available to us that are better for inequality, better for opportunities for especially non-college workers. So therefore, we are now seeing the same picture, which is that we are in a critical juncture perhaps around the world, especially with the COVID crisis, where we have many choices about how to restructure governance, how to do the justice systems, the dispute resolution systems around the world, how we contain state institutions, and how we use these automation and globalization technologies for creating better welfare. And I will end with the warnings of this gentleman, Hayek. So when Western nations were building the welfare state, especially after the Beveridge Report was published in 1942, Hayek warned of a new totalitarianism. This means that, among other things, even a strong tradition of political liberty is no safeguard if the danger is precisely that new institutions and policies will gradually undermine and destroy that spirit. So what he was saying is, in some sense, despotism can creep in when the state becomes stronger. At the end, however, Hayek was wrong. And the reason why Hayek was wrong is precisely because he did not take into account the Red Queen effect. As the state became stronger, society became more involved in politics and better at monitoring bureaucrats and elites. And as a result, the West had the fastest growth and the most equal growth of any time in its history in the 3.5 decades that followed World War II. The key was this balance of power between elites and citizens, state and society. And the key is whether moving forward, when we have new challenges in the form of these inequality-producing technologies, COVID, and all of the issues of building local and global institutions like this Path 3, whether we can make that happen without this new totalitarianism threat. I think we have to prove Hayek wrong again, both locally and nationally, and I look forward to hearing your ideas and reactions to this picture that I have painted. Thank you very much.
Дарон, большое спасибо.
Thank you, Darren. That was wonderful. That was very interesting. And we have several questions. My first question is, so according to your theory related to James Robinson and to the situation when some countries are rich and some countries are poor, and your theory of narrow corridor, according to which a constant balance is needed between the society and the state. So these theories are illustrated by your books, and you take such countries like Moscow, I say Russia, and Moscow, it is not a country, but Moscow is bigger than some countries in the world. If Moscow were a country, it would be bigger than dozens of countries. So Moscow doesn't decide rules of a game, but may a city do something in a situation when a city doesn't really influence all the things that happen in the country?
Thank you, Konstantin. I think that's a fantastic question. It's a double-edged sword, I would say. On the one hand, and this is what I wanted to emphasize with the examples of Bogota and Lagos, cities have much greater freedom than national civil society organizations. By their very definition, as long as it is clear that local leaders are not going to challenge the national leader, they can build things that don't become a threat to the national system. While Bello Ahmed and Fashula were rebuilding Lagos, Nigeria was first a dictatorship and then a very unstable place. But nobody thought that these politicians were going to become a threat. Same thing in Bogota. But at the same time, this is a double-edged sword because they have to be careful. And at some point, those advances can be reversed. In Bogota, after Mocus, a bunch of corrupt mayors came and undid some of the reforms. And I think the situation in Moscow is very much related. Moscow has a very active tech industry. How it can survive is, I think, intimately linked to the fact that national politics doesn't care about this tech industry as long as it doesn't create a challenge to the national leadership. But that also means that not everything can be done and some things are unstable. If you create a new technology that's going to prevent government censorship, then it would become a threat to national leaders, and then perhaps all bets are off. It really depends on some of the details of the institutional system. I think what we are seeing in Russia as in parts of Africa, is that local politics can work to some degree. But in China, that's completely not the case. The Communist Party's control is much deeper, and they see local politics as very much a threat, even if it's a small city in the far-flung corners of the country. So the details of the nature of the control of the national party or the national bodies really matters for this.
Thank you. Thank you. I think this is a very important point to understand, that politics may be more competitive and it may lead to more efficient result after a process that you described as a narrow corridor, even if on a national level there is a predominant vision that there must not be any politics on a local level. And I hope that your book about narrow corridor will be read by some people in Russia that would understand that they need local politics to advance on a local level. And do you believe that a political competition may exist on a local level, but not on a national level? Is it a possible concept?
Within limits. I think you can have local competition so long as national politicians don't interfere. But ultimately, I think one of the roles of major metropolitan areas like Moscow is also to train leaders for national competition later on. That is the paradox. If local politics works very well, then local politicians may become challengers in the future. And that is where the tensions start mounting.
No, but
So I think that a narrow corridor is good, comparing to your previous book, why some countries are rich and some countries are poor, because narrow corridor gives us a hope of going forward. Because when I read the book Why Some Countries Are Poor and Some Countries Are Rich, I understood why a phenomenon of a stagnation exists, but I didn't see any issue of this situation. And now I see that when we read narrow corridor, we may give some advice on what we have, what we may do.
Well, thank you, Konstantin. You're an optimist, because the way I would put it is that the narrow corridor says both. It says how you can get rid of bad institutions much more explicitly, but it also highlights how you can destroy institutions. So it depends on whether you see half full or half empty glass. I think some people look at the narrow corridor and they say, well, this narrowness of the corridor and all the problems we're having, everything is going to collapse in the next decade. So I'm glad you have a more optimistic reading.
Да, мне кажется,
I think that the message of this narrow corridor is optimistic. It shows you that even if you are in the wrong place, then there is a direction in which you need to go. For Russia, as it's obvious on your graphic, you need to increase the power of the society.
Yep, perfectly, I have something.
Хорошо, мне кажется, остается только поблагодарить.
All right, I think that we need to thank our speaker for this great presentation. Thank you very much for being here with us. I think that these lessons are very important for living in Moscow and Russia.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure to be here, to join you all.